ماشي اه. Check, check. Good morning, everybody. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Just want to give everybody a 2-minute warning. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the fifth meeting of the Georgia House of Representatives Blue Ribbon Committee on Elections Procedures. I want to welcome everybody to Georgia Piedmont Technical College here in Covington, Georgia. I tell everybody, welcome to God's country. It's an honor to serve the House District 114, which I'm honored to serve in the State House, which includes all of Eastern Newton County, Southern Walton County, and Morgan County. And I see I've got some of my Morgan County friends here, so welcome. Thank you for everybody being here, committee. Thank you for coming. I do have a few people I would like to recognize that are going to give some welcomes. First will be President of Georgia Piedmont Technical College, Dr. Holston. And Dr. Holston, thank you very much for hosting us today. And
here we go. Thank you, Representative Fleming, and it's a pleasure to have you all be here today. This study committee, we appreciate the work that you do. And I have to say, welcome to Georgia Piedmont Technical College. This is the home of the pride. We love serving students and developing the workforce. We're one of 22 technical colleges in the technical college system of Georgia. We happen to be the best one, so that's why we're hosting you here today. I say that unapologetically. And so, the work that we do here, I believe that we're all about developing workforce, making sure that our businesses and industries in our three-county area and really the state of Georgia to thrive, making sure that people have the skills that keep this economy moving. One great example of that is we appreciate you enjoying this facility. If you looked outside, you notice that we have truck drivers being trained. We have nurses here being trained on campus. We have welders. We're started the state's first semiconductor program right here in Covington, Georgia. And I also want to give my kudos. I love the work that you all do in this last legislative session. We appreciate you all supporting Allied Health Building, which we're calling a simulated hospital training facility. And we appreciate your leadership on that, Mr. Fleming. I'm helping that come to bear, but we'll be training nurses in imaging. We'll be training nurses and imaging professionals and physical therapy professionals and paramedics and all of those things that it takes to help our allied health community thrive and have the workforce they need. So that's about $11 million you sent us, sir.
great.
So thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy your time here. I'll acknowledge our staff and our team that's back here. If you wave in the back. If you need anything, these folks are around to help you. So thank you so much for your time. And if anybody know when we were created? We gave you a cheat sheet there. If anybody knows how long we've been here and want to take a guess, how long has this college been here? I have a free Monty to give away. Anybody know what we used to be called before Georgia Piedmont Technical College? The Cab Technical College. All right. Anybody want a free? This is our Scott Monty. Going once, going twice. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Holston. Dr. Holston and his team are great community partners for this region of the state. This is a very thriving community. We got a lot of good things going on in Newton County, Morgan and Walton County, a lot of industry coming this way. So we're honored to have them a part of our community and part of the team. Next up is going to be the mayor of the city of Covington, Mayor Fleetaback. And welcome, Mayor.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'm so glad to have you all here in Mystic Falls. Oh, wait, I'm speaking not to vampires today. I'm used to speaking to crowds of people that are here for vampire conventions. If you don't know, we are known as Mystic Falls, Virginia. Last year, we had 138,000 visitors to our city, all thanks to the film industry. And as you all know, lots of what they do in the film industry is technical related. So we're pleased and honored to have you all here and to show off this fine facility. I happen to also be from a family of electricians, so this place out here is near and dear to my heart. Covington is a great city, and we have great representation here by our elected officials, Tim and Clint. I know you guys know them well. I appreciate them wanting to have this here. We're always pleased to host such things. Covington is a thriving mini metropolis, I like to say. We're a 24/7 city. We have everything. We are a full utility city. So there's a lot going on in our community. We're a hub to the film industry. And like I said, we're a hub to tourism. So when you guys start voting for those, the tax incentives for the film industry, please keep them in mind because we need them here in Newton County. Covington is a great town, and we're so pleased always to host things. But you guys are the most important thing I feel like that I've gotten to speak before, because this is the first time that we've had a delegate from the representatives here with us. So thank you all for being here. If Tim and Clint can't get it done for you, call me. I seem to be the thing to get things done locally. But they're good guys, and I'm glad to be here, and thank y'all for coming.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I ever need anything in the city, the mayor is actually my neighbor. She lives 2 doors down for me, so I know how to find her very quickly. Next up, members, is our colleague who represents the southern part of Newton County with me, and that's Representative Clint Crow.
Good morning, y'all. Great to see all of my colleagues here. Welcome to Newton County. There's somebody's phone here that was up on the podium, and I'm not. Oh, there you go. We've had a win. Great to see all of y'all. I miss seeing y'all daily. This time of the year is when we get to revisit with everyone and talk about how much we've missed seeing each other. Into March, we probably won't feel that way. We'll be ready to come back home. But welcome to Newton County. As the mayor said, Covington and Newton County is a fantastic place. I know y'all are here for a very specific and very important job. But I hope you get some time to enjoy it and look around. It's great restaurants, great things to do, cool things to see. You go downtown Covington and see a lot of places that'll look very familiar to you. As she mentioned, the film industry has been really big in Newton County and Covington for a long time. I'm thankful y'all are here. I appreciate the work you're doing. I think that what you're doing, the importance of it is echoed by the number of people who are coming out here and the ones who have been attending online. I know I've logged in a few times to check out some of your meetings and some of your deliberations. And so I look forward to hearing what you come up with and some of the ideas that you have. But again, if there's anything you need while you're here, I hope you enjoy your visit to Newton County. If you need anything, y'all let me know. And I hope y'all have a great meeting.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate you being with us here this morning. All right, we are going to get started on our agenda. The first part of our hearing today, we are going to focus on voter roll list maintenance, and we are honored to have Mr. Shane Hamlin, who is the Executive Director of ERIC, which is the Electronic Registration Information Center. Mr. Hamlin, appreciate you being here. I just want to let all the presenters to know we'll be giving you 15 minutes to present. We'll set a timer, and at 12 minutes, we'll have a warning because I want to make sure we have plenty of time for questions from the committee after you present. So we'll give you the 12-minute warning, and then also when you get to 15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamlin.
Well, good morning, and thank you for very much for inviting me to speak today about ERIC, Representative Fleming, Representative Anderson, and members of the committee. My name is Shane Hamlin. I'm the Executive Director of ERIC. I've served in this role for about 8 years, and I've worked in elections policy or elections administration for about 20 years. As the official record of eligible voters in the state's voter rolls are the foundation of secure and fair elections. But maintaining accurate voter rolls is a challenge because every day voters die or voters move. And when they move, they very rarely remember to update their voter record or cancel a registration if they move out of the jurisdiction. And it's even rarer for a family member to think to cancel the voter registration of a deceased loved one. The founding states of ERIC agreed to establish the organization to address these challenges in a secure, efficient, and effective manner. And that's reflected in our mission. We are here to help state election officials improve the accuracy of their voter rolls, provide voter registration information in order to help eligible citizens register, reduce costs, improve efficiencies in the voting process. And although we believe ERIC is the most effective large-scale tool available to help election officials maintain the integrity of their voter rolls, we also do not discourage our members from using all tools available to them that they deem to be secure and worthy, because list maintenance is that much of a challenge. Some basic facts about ERIC. We're a nonprofit membership organization that was founded in 2012 by 7 states. 4 of those states were led by Republicans, 3 led by Democrats. We are governed by our members. The chief election official appoints a member representative who serves on my board of directors. We are our members. ERIC is a consortium of state election officials. We are not some shadowy third party or private entity or private organization. Blake Evans, Director of Elections of Georgia, serves on the governing board and is the immediate past chair. I work directly with secretaries of state and their elections directors. We are funded by our member states. New members pay a one-time fee to join and then pay annual dues, which they set in a board vote each year. And we have no ongoing financial support from any other organization. We also have a history of electing bipartisan executive committees, the leadership team within ERIC. And they do a good job of every other year trying to ensure that the chair rotates from a representative from a state led by a Republican to a state led by a Democrat. And then finally, on this point, ERIC is governed exclusively by state election officials. The executive director is the only non-voting seat on the board as of about two years ago. Here we have 26 members in ERIC, 25 states and the District of Columbia. Hawaii joined in 25. The New York legislature unanimously passed a bill requiring the State Board of Elections to join ERIC, and no states have left since 2023. In the last year, in 2024, a number of states wanted to talk about making changes to ERIC's report requirements, including looking for ways to make it easier for them to use ERIC, provide more flexibility and more autonomy over how they use the organization's reports. However, they also agreed to focus on the 2024 election and revisit those discussions in 2025. And during 2024, a number of members received exemptions from the requirement to use what we call the eligible but unregistered report. Georgia was among 9 states that received that exemption and did not use that report in 2024. That report is used to send voter registration information to individuals who may be eligible but aren't registered. So in July of this year, the board voted unanimously to make a number of significant changes to the requirements. First among those is now that members may request all reports on a schedule of their own choosing. What this means is there are no requirements to use any of our reports. Members use ERIC reports how they see fit in a way that works best for them. But because we are a consortium of states working together to improve the accuracy of voter rolls, there are still some requirements they kept in place. So if a member requests a report, they must act on it, meaning that if we give them a report that identifies dead voters, they must follow state and federal law to remove those dead voters. And then they must certify back to ERIC that they took action on that report. It was really important to the membership that they continue to have accountability on using ERIC if you take the reports and certifying that you've done something with those reports. And then we added a new requirement to enhance the transparency around ERIC. So every year going forward, ERIC will publish an annual report summarizing each member's use of the program over the previous year. These changes were designed to provide more flexibility to adapt to sort of evolving and changing times. We are a 13-year-old organization. We have listened to concerns about ERIC in the last couple of years, and the membership took those to heart. But ultimately, these are also about maintaining accountability to each other and to the consortium. The ERIC reports. So we have, you've heard me mention the eligible but unregistered. We call that the EBU. Again, Georgia didn't use this report in 2024, and neither did about 10 other ERIC states. Then we have 4 core list maintenance reports in the center of that slide you see. We have an in-state movers report, a cross-state movers report, a deceased voters report, and an in-state duplicate registration report. And then we have 2 additional reports. We are certified to provide national change of address data to our members. So we have a license with the United States Postal Service. And then we also provide what we call the voter participation report. This is available after each even numbered year election, and it identifies possible cases of double voting within the ERIC state, double voting between ERIC states, or possible cases where it appears someone voted on behalf of a deceased voter. And again, members have complete control over how they use these reports. And when we provide these reports to states, they are the ones who take action on them in accordance with federal and state law. ERIC does not act on these reports. Since 2012, Eric has provided 4,532 list maintenance reports to its members, identifying 45 million likely out-of-date records or deceased voters. And we've identified about 63 million potentially eligible but unregistered individuals. To produce these reports, we use just 4 data sets. Starting clockwise in the bottom left corner, as I mentioned, we get NCOA data. We also get voter registration data from the members, and this includes the full name, mailing and residential address, the date of birth, the last 4 of SOCH, and the last activity date. We get from the DDS or DMV the full name, mailing, residential address, driver's license number, date of birth, social security, and last activity date. And you'll see the word hashed in both of those boxes. I'm going to talk about what hashed is, but when we get these data, the sensitive elements are hashed by the member first, and I'll explain what that is. We're also certified and maintain certification to receive the Social Security Limited Access Death Master File, which we also hash those sensitive elements that come from that. That includes the date of birth and the social security number. Importantly, our members must submit these data sets at least once every 60 days. This is how we ensure that the reports that we provide to the other members are fresh and have current and accurate data in them. A couple of really important caveats on these data sets. Members are required to exclude confidential records and information. So if you have an address confidentiality program, for example, they're required to exclude those individuals. They also exclude party affiliation and racial data if it's recorded. Those are not necessary or needed for the work that we do. That also means that the reports we provide do not include that data either. Then they exclude identifiable non-citizens. And then, as I mentioned, they apply a cryptographic hash on those sensitive data elements. Now, why does Eric need these sensitive data? Why do we need them? Safe, secure use of the dates of birth, the driver's license, and the social security numbers helps ensure that we provide accurate reports that election officials can act on in confidence. It also reduces the risk that mistakes are going to be made that could result in disenfranchising voters. And it improves the efficiency of the reports when we provide them, less staff time and resources spent to validate the reports. It's super critical to high quality data matching, basically. And as one of my board members likes to say, Eric doesn't just provide a haystack with a few needles that you got to find. Eric provides the needles. So how do we protect these sensitive data? As I keep saying, all members must hash these sensitive elements before they transmit the file to Eric, and I'll give you an illustration of what hashing is at the end of this slide. Hashed data are not readable. So when we get these files, Eric's staff cannot read the dates of birth, social security numbers, or driver's license numbers. And hashed data is not included in any report that we send. So even hashed sensitive data is not sent to other states. So hashing simplified works this way. Take the example of the last 4 of the SSN 0123. The state, the member, applies a hashing tool that we provide. They all use the same hashing tool. And the output is a string of characters that will not make sense or be usable once they run the hashing application. And all members use the same hashing tool, so we can still compare the data. So that social security number gets hashed in Georgia. It comes out as a string of characters. It will match and compare against the same last 4 from Washington State or Kentucky or Pennsylvania. Turning to some basic facts about security in Eric. Eric uses multiple layers of industry standard data security and privacy practices. Data security is baked into every part of the organization. It's reflected in the bylaws. It's reflected in the membership agreement. It's reflected in our information security management plan and our entire system architecture and approach to handling the data that we have. The 7 founding states, and I was of one of those states, I was the elections director in Washington when it was founded, we would not have agreed to build Eric and send our data to a central location if we couldn't be assured that the data is protected and secure. Eric is never connected to any state's voter registration system, and members maintain complete control over their voter rolls and their list maintenance activities. And Eric does not share data with any third parties for partisan purposes. With respect to our data center, so let's talk about submitting data first. After hashing the sensitive data fields, members must encrypt the entire file before they send it to us. When they upload it, it is uploaded via a secure file transfer process using industry standard methods and security protocols. And access to that server used to submit the data and retrieve reports is controlled and restricted by industry standard methods and protocols. And members do not have access to other members' uploads or reports. So each state is siloed on that server. No other states can get access to Georgia's data. And again, even on that server, your sensitive elements have been hashed and the entire file has been encrypted. Is that 12 minutes? Okay. Security facts about Eric's data center. My pages are always sticking together. All right, Eric contracts with an experienced data center company located in the US. No data ever leaves US soil. The company undergoes industry standard security audits annually and shares the results with Eric, and then Eric shares these audits with its members upon request. There is no way to access Eric's servers at the data center via the web. Our website is not connected to the data center. So even if our website, ericstates.org, was compromised, there's still no way to access the data. And then secure remote access to the data center is limited to only employees who need it to perform their duties. Data handling within Eric. Eric's staff apply a second round of hashing to those sensitive data elements once it's inside our secure environment. So those already hashed dates of birth, driver's license, and social security numbers are hashed again inside our environment. Only Eric's staff perform the matching process and generate the reports. We don't contract that work out. No one else helps us with that. We generate the reports, provide them back to the states. Each year, Eric undergoes an industry standard external security audit, and we're in the midst of that right now. And then each year, we also undergo internal reviews of our information security management plan, all of our security policies, and our risk assessments. And then any updates and changes to those plans and documents are brought to the board, fully briefed, and then they vote to approve those. On the governance side, and I am getting near the end, Eric and its members must comply with applicable federal data protection laws as detailed in Section 3 of the membership agreement. And these laws underlie the protections in the provisions that are referenced in Section 3. And what the most important point of this is there are multiple federal laws that apply to the data we have that require us to protect against the disclosure or release of these data. And our agreement is designed to reflect those. So if a request for certain data is denied, that is Eric or the members complying with these federal laws, not because we're trying to be secretive or withhold information. Some of the data we have, we can release, some of it is protected. Eric and members have a duty to report any unauthorized release of the data. And then finally, some closing thoughts. Eric is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars. Being a member has a lower cost than attempting to replicate all that Eric does in a single system or managing 25 plus state-to-state agreements. There are efficiencies in sharing the costs of secure data hosting, of licensing and industry-leading data matching software, of maintaining data subscriptions, of maintaining compliance and auditing costs, and staff who prepare the reports that our members use. And they are experts at what they do. Combined, they have over 35 years of analyzing voter data for list maintenance. And then I believe Eric remains a viable and effective tool for all current members, and we are actively working to grow again and to find ways to innovate and provide more value. So respectfully, I submit that now is the time to help Eric grow so your state can benefit even more. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin. And we'll let the members of the audience know, I saw a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. All presentations from today's meeting will be put on our committee's website tomorrow morning. And at the end of the meeting, I'll give everybody the website address, just so y'all know. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hamlin. I appreciate it. We will open it up now to questions from the committee. Chairman Leverett.
Is it on now? Okay, sounds like it's. Good morning, and thank you for being here today. My name is Rob Leverett. I'm from Elberton, Georgia, about an hour and a half from here, up in Northeast Georgia. We're a rural area, served for a couple of years. I'm on the Government Affairs Committee, which is the committee in the State House that handles a lot of election issues. So I just had a couple very basic questions for you because I've heard a lot about Eric, but don't know a whole lot about it. So where is Eric physically located? Is it in any one site or is it dispersed in various sites?
That's a great question. So we have a mailing address in DC, which you've probably heard about. The servers are located in the US in the Midwest at a location that we generally don't disclose for security purposes.
Makes sense.
Our members know where that is. And then each of the ERIC employees work remotely. We have an employee in Washington State, Oregon, and Wisconsin.
Okay. How many employees total does Eric
3,
have?
including myself.
Okay. And when a state joins, they sign a membership agreement,
Yes, sir.
and that sets out the terms of the association and what the obligations are of each state with respect to reporting and use of data that it obtains from ERIC and so forth.
Yes.
Okay.
And the membership agreement was written by and is updated and amended by the members.
Okay. And it sets out the I guess the governing body process and the means of I guess appointing or electing people to that board, and that there is a board and that's the governing body and so.
Yes.
Okay. I've heard a lot about this term hashing, and I appreciate your sort of audio visual aid here because I'm a visual learner. So I appreciate that. But so is it basically a digital process by which data is encrypted? Is
Yeah.
that a fair-
So hashing is different than encryption, and they are unique and specific terms. So when something is hashed, there's no intent to convert it back to its original. Like when you encrypt a file, then eventually you're going to unencrypt it and read it again. Once you hash data, there's really no going back. And so because we hash it twice and the process we use, it's really difficult to ever get back to the original value.
So I guess, when you hash something, as you say, you're converting it to a different form or a different set of characters, but you're not on the back end going to be regenerating it in its original form for view by human eyes.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So in other words, you've hashed it and then you're just a computer or a digital process is comparing the hashed information and then identifying matches.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then your staff would either utilize another program or would visually pull certain files or electronically, I suppose, to compare them to see if there's, for example, if you've got somebody voting in Georgia and someone voting in another member state that has the same last 4, that would be somehow identified and produced so that staff could then compare and see if it's a different person or the same person.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on, I can't read my notes here. I think that was that. So it sounds like what ERIC does is it obtains information with consent of the member state pursuant to the membership agreement. And then it will compare the different members' information and then produce reports or report back to the member states where you have, with these different reports you've identified, ones that basically saying, well, these people on your list have passed. We think there may be some duplication within your own state on these people, and we think this person may also be voting in another jurisdiction and so forth.
Right. And the slide that listed all those reports, I know I went pretty quick through that, trying to stay on time. But those reports are
We
each,
appreciate that.
yeah, each report is
'Cause I eat up
generated.
a lot of time with
Sure.
questions.
I'm happy to and would rather answer questions. Those reports are generated differently depending on the report, but they are all essentially based on comparing data. So The cross-state report is where we're comparing Georgia, your voter file and your DMV file to every other ERIC member's DMV or DDS file and voter file. And then generating from that a report that shows Georgians who may have moved to another state because they obtained a license in another state or registered to vote in another state. And those activities occurred more recently than their Georgia record. So that's the cross-state report,
Okay.
for example.
And then pursuant to that agreement, member states are obligated, they have some contractual, I guess, obligation to provide data. When you then issue those reports, the reports, I guess, are a type of recommendation that the state further investigate and take appropriate action. Is there an obligation contractually or otherwise that the state do anything in particular once ERIC advises it of through the
Sure.
reports?
So the membership agreement requires members to use the list maintenance reports for the purposes of updating a voter record or obtaining information sufficient to cancel the registration. That's it. How they do that is up to them in compliance with state and federal law.
So if they fail to do that, is it conceivable if they fail to do that under the terms of the membership agreement, is there any sanction that the body or the organization can impose, such as what would be the proper term, I guess, not eviction, but termination of their membership?
Yeah, so there's a requirement that they certify back that they've taken action. And we revised the process of what happens if they do not do that and the timeline on which that happens in July. There is sort of progressive, I don't want to call it discipline, but there's progressive actions that are taken. And I will just say no state has never not taken action. My job as the executive director is to make sure that doesn't happen.
Right.
So-
Well, and the argument would be they've agreed to those terms by signing.
Yes, and we communicate with them regularly. So if there is there's an extension, for example, there's an extension process. If they get a report from us and something happens and they can't act on it because they have a system failure or there's an emergency, there's a hurricane, there's flooding, there's something and they need more time, they can apply for an extension. So there's mechanisms built into the agreement to avoid a situation where a member fails to meet their obligations, because ultimately they're all states, they all work together, they all want this to work.
Okay. And I believe you covered this, I think you even emphasized it, but ERIC as an entity does not provide to any third parties other than the member states information that is ERIC collects and produces.
Correct, not for partisan purposes. There's been research on ERIC in the past where members have shared data for their purposes of research. Yeah.
But ERIC as an entity only provides the information to
members.
I guess, appropriate officials in the government agency relating to elections of the member states.
Yes, we will only provide data when we can do so lawfully. So under the laws that protect the data that we have.
Like if someone from, I don't know, DNR were to call up and say, hey, we'd like to see a bunch of the reports, you would, that if the state allows it, that would be okay. But
I would decline and defer them to the Secretary of State's office.
okay. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your patience.
Go ahead, Representative Monahan.
You got, think I am. Well, thank you, Mr. Hamlin, for showing up today and your presentation. You know, I think ERIC has been hotly debated in this past legislative session. And I think it's an important discussion to have. And so I appreciate you coming here and giving us your presentation. If you'll indulge me with your time today, I'm going to have a number of questions for you, and I hope that you would be able to answer those questions for me. Thank you for your packet. You came very well prepared, and I expect that for sure. On page 2 of your presentation, you had 3 points here. You said Hawaii joined in 2025. That New York legislature has unanimously passed a bill requiring the membership, and those states have left since 2023. Can you tell me why you felt it was important to tell us that Hawaii and New York have joined when 70% of the folks that are coming in and out of the state of Georgia are from our bordering states?
Well, I chose to share that information because, one, it's true and states have joined since states left in 2023. And while I understand that the migration out of Georgia does not necessarily include those states, I don't think it's in either of them are in the top 8. New York, I think, might be. I think it shows a trend that ERIC is recovering from the loss of members in 2023. And we're going to continue to talk to your neighboring states, and we're going to continue to talk to the states that left.
What do you feel like is the, as far as the policy-driven discussion, the largest thing that we have in common with the state of New York?
I think the policy is that you want as much data as possible on voters who have moved out of Georgia or moved from a state into Georgia.
But you could see how it's odd for us on this panel to see that was presented to us as pertinent or important information that the state of New York or Hawaii, which I would imagine accounts for less than likely 1% of the people moving into our state. They just seems like an odd statistic.
It might be odd, but it is just a fact. They've joined since 23.
I-
And the more members that are in ERIC, the more effective it is, regardless of where they're at.
Thank you. On page 3 of your presentation, I see that we talked about the eligible but unregistered voters. That's the outreach component of ERIC. Before I really go, I have a few different questions about that. You said that in the last year, in 2024, that exemption waivers were made for 10 states. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so my question for you would be this. What drove that discussion?
Well, it was a member-led member discussion.
But
So
the-
members that submitted those waivers had various reasons, and the waivers were granted based on the member requested it. They made a case that they had policies or programs that achieved essentially the same goals.
Let's pause there, though. Let's go back.
Okay.
I don't think you understood the question. What drove the discussion to create a waiver process?
The waiver's been there for years. It wasn't new, added
Okay.
last year.
So the members had a discussion. So then we'll move forward. The members then had a discussion as to the waiver process. What was the impetus for that discussion? Because for many years, these states did not ask for a waiver. And it just seems 2024, correct?
Mhm.
That 10 states asked for these waivers. Tell me the impetus behind the rationale, the reasoning,
Sure.
the motivation for
Well,
for believing that.
Each state submitted a waiver request with its own case, if you will, or rationale for requesting it.
Give me
I-
a sample of that.
I would say that generally most of them believed that they have implemented policies and programs that achieved the same effective desired outcome of providing or increasing access to voter registration information. And those programs were perhaps better than or more effective than the eligible but unregistered mailing. And they no longer wanted to be required to conduct that mailing and incur those costs because they were doing something else that they believed was as good or better. And they presented and made that case to the board, and then the board voted to approve those waivers,
Sure.
including Georgia.
Perfect. The question I have, and I guess the question that's in the back of my mind, this is more of a statement than a question, is when dozens or a dozen states have now left, including the border states around Georgia, and 10 additional states have started to recede from the policies that founded ERIC, I'm starting to wonder how effective it is. And so I'll continue with my questions here. Who pays for the outreach? For those states that did not opt out, who pays for the outreach?
Yeah, can I just address in your statement for the question, you said dozens of states have left ERIC. 9 states left ERIC,
I'm sorry,
not dozens.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
9 states.
just 9.
So-
And then you also said, okay, and then your question itself was who pays for outreach?
Yeah,
The member
who's-
state
That's
pays
what
for
I-
outreach, yeah.
Each member
Each
state
state
does.
pays for the mailing costs of conducting those, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Some of the questions I think that have bothered the constituents who have brought me, obviously I was the author of the bill for us to leave ERIC.
Hmm.
And that was brought to me by constituent efforts, who were concerned with, the data of ERIC. And so, one of the questions they really had was who's in control? And that is after having, we had really two groups of people that have, complained about election security and integrity. It started with then former candidate Stacey Abrams, and then we've also had from the President Trump. So we had two different parties, two different candidates who have said, maybe this is not maybe it's not as secure. Maybe we need to look at the integrity and security of all these elections, including this. So a part of that discussion has been why a third party is requiring Georgia to act in certain ways. And I think that may be the impetus for those 9 states leaving. Have you seen that when you go and look at the states that have left your organization, including the states that surround us, Florida being one of the largest states that's been part of the discussion. Tell me why that's been so, people want control over their elections again. Tell me why that's been so I guess, hard against your organization.
I don't think it was hard. In 2023, the request from the members to make the reforms and the dynamics that were occurring around that time, I think had a big effect on the way that vote went down to make those changes. And I'll just say a number of states that left Eric before any votes on any changes to Eric were made. And then some chose to stay and stick with it and be part of the vote. And when the vote didn't go their way, then they chose to leave. And I will also point out, some of those states that left were praising Eric weeks and just months before choosing to leave Eric. They were praising Eric to the press, to their voters, and then still chose to leave. And I understand the vote didn't go their way, but we are a member-led organization. We have a process in the bylaws for how amendments are presented and what the vote requirements are. And just 2 years later, the members unanimously, Democrats and Republicans, voted to make changes to the agreement.
Representative Monahan, if I may ask a question. Mr. Hamlin, can you, if you know off the top of your head, can you tell us who those 9 states were that left in 2023?
Yeah, I think I can. Ohio, West Virginia, Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Missouri, and Iowa. Yeah.
Thank you. My colleague had asked you where Eric is located at. And the Alabama Secretary of State had taken a visit to Eric's headquarters and found it to be an empty shell. What can you tell me about that?
Yep. Yes. As I said at the time, and it still is the case, we have a mailing address in DC. Of course, we don't have data servers in an office in an unsecured location in downtown DC. The data center is in a secure location where other data is held by banks and healthcare systems and educational systems at a professional managed data center. And I'm not going to say where it's in the Midwest. It's on US soil. And then we work remotely, and I don't have access to the data, but the 2 employees who work remotely that have access have secure VPN access. It's not accessible by the web. So we work remotely, which is common these days. And our data center is in the US in a secure location, and we have a mailing address in DC. And I would have been happy to explain all of that to Secretary Allen. I met him at that same conference that he made that trip to our office. I had a conversation with him. He never told me he was going to go to the office. I could have saved him the trouble.
Yeah. So, and thank you for that. So you're not submitting it from a central location, correct?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
So it says here that access to the server used to submit data and retrieve reports controlled and restricted using industry standard methods and protocols. But from where?
From that data center. So members inside the Secretary of State's secure network, they are submitting data in an SFTP process. I didn't want to use the jargon in the slide. That's a secure file transfer process. They're uploading the file after they've hashed it and encrypted it. They have controlled access, meaning that someone in the office with password credentials whose computer address is known to the data center. It's called IP whitelisting or safe listing. They have access from their terminal to upload the file and retrieve data. That server where they're doing that is inside our secure environment. Eric's staff go pick it up off of, not literally physically pick it up, but transfer it from the SFTP inside to another portion of the secure environment, and then begin pre-processing it and bringing it into the data matching software.
So they have physical access to the data center?
We do have physical if we want to go there, and we have gone and visited the data center before.
My question is that how making sure I'm understanding you, their terminal, where's the terminal that they're uploading information located at?
In the Secretary of State's office.
But how about your employees that are accessing information?
They are accessing it. They are logging into it from their remote offices through a virtual private network using multiple layers of security and multi-factor authentication to get into it. And those are audited and logged.
And that is an official ERIC office?
It is, I guess, but it's not the place of business or the address. It is a remote location where an employee works.
I guess my question is, I'm a small businessman myself. We have enterprise level equipment at our offices that is used to make sure that people are not getting on our networks and seeing information. So my question is.
So do we. So we use a virtual private network when they are accessing the database, and then we contract with a managed security services provider. So this is another company that helps us secure the devices that staff use to access the server.
Let me be succinct. Are the employees accessing this remote data center where this data is the repository for the data? Are they accessing it? Could they access it from their home?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Could they access it from a coffee shop?
They cannot connect to public Wi-Fi. It is prohibited in our policies. And those accesses, again, to the server is controlled. So if they're not accessing it from a machine, with every computer has an address, it's called an IP number, right?
I'm aware.
Okay. If they're not accessing it from a pre-authorized machine, they can't get in. If they aren't accessing it using all of the login credentials, they can't get in. And under our policy, we cannot connect to public Wi-Fi. I don't even have access to the data center, and I can't connect to public Wi-Fi. So while the fundamental, I understand where you're going and what you're trying to say, but we have mitigated for that through a series of security policies and requirements that are audited.
But not on the user level is what you're telling me.
On the user level, yeah.
If a person can connect to a home personal network, you're telling me that every employee of your
They don't
organization has enterprise level security?
No,
for their
they don't
networks?
access, they're not getting into the database on a home network.
Are they sending smoke signals? You said they're actually from their home.
From a virtual private network that's managed inside the secure environment.
I understand that, sir.
Okay.
How are they connecting to the internet at their home?
Well, yes, on a home network.
On a home network. And who is that internet provider, sir?
It's
AT&T or
It's whoever
Comcast or
they
could be
have, yeah.
anybody, correct?
it's whoever they.
So they're using a home network to connect to the database. Is that correct? It's okay to say.
It is, yes, correct, but there are
Thank you.
multiple security protocols in place,
If I
and these
will,
are
I'll
audited.
move forward. Thank you for
Thank you.
answering the question. Sir, I have a question. That is, now that we have established that the database, it can be accessed from somebody's home, which I appreciate you admitting to that.
Yes, please, for the record, they can only access it if they have all their credentials and they are on the pre-authorized machine. And these are all logged and audited.
Sure, sir. I can only
I
get
just-
into my Gmail account if I have the credentials to get into it. And it's
It's-
still from my home network.
It's not exactly the same, but
So my question is this. If a person is on you said the data never leaves US soil. If a person is out of the country and they're connected to a network, a private network in another country, then isn't it possible that information could be on foreign soil?
yeah, ERIC employees aren't allowed to take their ERIC devices out of the country.
And you can tell us with 100% certainty that that's never happened. That it's never been accessed
No,
outside the
but
United States.
it's against the policy. When I went to Canada, I did not access the system.
Sir, I understand policy, but I'm asking for certainty. This is the data of millions of Americans.
Right. ERIC prohibits employees from taking their devices out of the country.
Can you say with 100% certainty that your network has never been accessed outside the United States?
Which network?
The database, the data center, the data from
Yes.
compiled is never, you can guarantee
My knowledge, no.
to your knowledge.
Well, of
Thank you.
course.
I'll move on to the next question.
You're asking for 100% certainty, and I've only been the executive director 8 years.
I think it's important. I think.
I agree, it is
information
important. That's
security
why
is
we have a
important.
policy that prohibits them from taking their devices out of the country.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield.
All right, Representative Draper.
Thank you, Chairman. Goodness. Sorry? Okay, thank you. Mr. Hamlin, thank you very much for your presentation. I found it very informative. I appreciated the emphasis on the security that Eric offers, because if you are concerned about election integrity, that means having the best lists possible, having the cleanest voter lists. And from my review, there has been nothing that offers that more so than the ERIC system, which offers a number of different cross-checks and reports that just aren't available otherwise. So your emphasis on security is commendable, and thank you. So where to start? My colleague was asking you a lot of questions about home servers, that type of thing. I guess there's a lot of things that could potentially happen out there. But when I think about that, I think about the fact that the ERIC data is hashed, and that is a unique aspect of the ERIC data. So what would happen if there was a leak of hash data? Can you explain that to us?
If the hashed data were accessed by a third party or a bad actor, they would see a file that has names and addresses in plain text, but the driver's license number, social security numbers, and dates of birth would be a string of nonsensical characters that they could not use. And again, the reports, or excuse me, when the data is uploaded, so if they were to access it on that middle point where the states are uploading it, those elements would be hashed. If they intercepted a report that we were sending to a state, those data elements that are hashed wouldn't even be there. They would just get names and addresses.
Has ERIC data ever been leaked?
No.
But even if it had been leaked, it would be hashed. Is that my understanding?
If the bad actors were able to access data in the actual servers in the database, the sensitive elements would be hashed.
Do you know if any of the states that left ERIC or have never been in ERIC, if they used these hashed tools in order to secure their data?
I believe that some states that are participating in these state-to-state agreements, I have reviewed some of those agreements, and I believe they are using a hashing tool because we do. Before ERIC, there was a program called the Crosscheck program, which was based out of Kansas. They were not hashing data, but I think those states that left and other states know that we do, and they realize that is a best practice. So my understanding from reviewing one of the agreements is they do hash data.
What happened with the Crosscheck program?
I think the Crosscheck program, which was operational when I joined ERIC, ultimately it was shuttered. I know that my understanding is that there were emails between states that were participating in it, and those emails included open plain text social security numbers and other sensitive information that was sent via email with no security around it. And that ultimately led to them shuttering the program. But also a lot of states were moving to ERIC, and it was much more efficient and effective.
I'm just a little bit confused about the questioning here, because if you're concerned about security, I am not aware, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of any other process that has more security than the ERIC program.
Thank you. And actually, if I can use that, I thought of this while thinking about Representative Monahan's question. We're in the middle of a SOC audit. Do you know what a SOC audit is? It's okay if you don't. It stands for, I think, Service Organization Controls. It's the gold standard for data security. It is how an organization is audited to ensure that it is protecting the data that it tells its customers it is protected. The standards for this audit are set by, I think, the American Association of Auditing Professionals. And then it's administered by companies that are certified to conduct these SOC audits. There's a SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3. We are doing a SOC 2 audit. This is our third year doing them. We're doing them because a member asked us to do them. We are actually so small of an organization that we were advised we don't really need to do these. It's overkill, but we're doing it because our members want us to. And again, these are gold standard audits, and we're doing them because our members want us to, because we want to assure them and the public that we are protecting the data. And these audits include an understanding of our network architecture, including that we are remoting in from home networks on virtual private networks. These systems are examined and are audited, and they are, we pass.
Thank you for that. Another comment I heard was about it being strange that you would include New York in your presentation, that New York had joined ERIC. I did some Googling. New York is actually sends the 8th highest number of people to Georgia. So of all the people moving into Georgia, New York is 8th. So that's a lot of folks coming to New York, and we want to know where they're registered, whether they're registered here, whether they're registered there. We don't want any double voters, right? So that's easily Googleable piece of information. But I also just, it doesn't make much sense to me to say, well, some states have left, therefore we need to opt out of the entire program. I mean, you have said already that there are many states, including New York and others, that folks are moving to Georgia, and we need that data, and that makes our data better. But if we can continue to grow the ERIC program, which is right now, as you say, the gold star, that's only going to make Georgia's information better.
Right.
So the logic is a bit reversed there for me, and I still don't have clarity on that. We've heard from the Georgia Secretary of State about their use of ERIC and how they have compacts with individual states who are not in ERIC, and then they also use ERIC for data with other states that are in ERIC. And they've been able to kind of break down the differences in those processes. And what I've come away from in those conversations is that, yes, we can have an effective and secure data exchange with individual states that are not members of ERIC, but it takes individual sorting of the various states' laws to figure out what can be exchanged securely and legally. It takes additional staff power. It takes resources, right? You're doing it differently for every state with which you have an individual contract. Whereas with all the states that are in ERIC, we can just ask you to run a report. And that saves us time, it saves us money, and not only that, the data is better because ERIC has access to reports and information that the individual states don't necessarily have. Do I have that all correct?
Yeah, that's basically right. Yes. And I will add on the thinking about the neighboring states. When Georgia joined, Florida wasn't a member. Texas wasn't a member.
Yeah.
We only had, I think Georgia's somewhere around member 27, 28. We're basically there now, and we will grow again. So thinking about where ERIC was when Georgia joined and where we're at now, that is why at the end of my comments, I made the suggestion respectfully that we should be thinking about growing ERIC. If you want ERIC to be better for Georgia and provide more value, and you want Florida's data back in, help it grow.
A state hasn't left ERIC in several years now. I think, everybody here knows this, there was a rash reaction to the 2020 election. And so we saw people do things, including, I think, some states leave ERIC. But that has corrected. I mean, we haven't seen anybody leave in the last 2 years. So I hope we can see this data for what it is and look at this evidence for what it is and understand that this is the most secure system. And if we are serious about election integrity in Georgia, we're going to help grow this program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Hamlin, thank you for your presentation. Very informative. I just have a couple of questions that I wanted to kind of, based on some things that I heard you say and some things that I see in your report here. The first question I have is based on the available reports that are available to your member states, it looks to me like the only national database that is, and I'm asking if this is the case, that is utilized as a national change of address information. Are there other data sources that you have, that you make available to your states outside of your member-only data that can be tied to other states?
The Social Security Limited Access Death Master File is also a national source of data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so national change of address
Correct.
and
And the death data.
Yeah.
And we are actively looking at evaluating some additional data sources to help improve the value of ERIC. Those are on a little longer timeline, but we are looking at others because both NCOA and the Limited Access Death Master File over time have become less complete
Mhm.
for a variety of reasons.
Okay, is there any coordination between ERIC and the Elections Assistant Commission?
Coordination, no. I
Okay.
have spoken to them. I've been part of panels on list maintenance. I presented on ERIC to them. I'm aware that they did a pilot study using Experian data with some pilot counties across the country, and I believe even a county in Georgia.
Yes.
I haven't had a chance to fully read the report that they finally just issued in August on that pilot. My understanding is that some local election officials really liked it and some had mixed feelings about it. But we at ERIC explored using Experian data, credit header data, when we were forming ERIC between 2009 and 2011 when we were building it. And at that time, that data was cost prohibitive. It's very expensive data to get a hold of.
Okay. A lot of questions related to security, related to bad actors trying to get into the data, that sort of thing. I want to go back to a comment I think I heard you make, and that is that you only share data for research when it's legally allowable. Who, and kind of give me a little idea of the parameters, who you share that with, and what do you mean by legally allowable?
Sure. One more point on Experian. We actually, because that is a data set that the EAC looked at and provided that pilot, I want to add this to their record. ERIC engaged with Experian and another credit header company in 2018 and 2019. When I first took this job, I wanted to talk to them. And the only way, aside from the cost issue, the only way we could use that data was if we sent our data to them. And to your point, sir, that wasn't acceptable to us. We were not going to transmit our data to a credit header company, all of the voter records we have and all the driver's licensing data. So that was a no-go for us. We're not giving up on that, but I just want to point that out. Now, in terms of research, the Federal Driver's Privacy Protection Act, which protects the DMV data, includes a number of permissible exceptions to disclosing that data. And one of them is for research purposes. So over the 12 or 13 years that ERIC has been operating, there have been a number of research studies on various parts of ERIC, including the list maintenance in the early years of ERIC, and also the effectiveness of these outreach mailings. That's been studied multiple times. ERIC members have transmitted data to researchers to conduct this research in a secure manner and have not transmitted driver's license, social security, or dates of birth. Those data are not necessary for the research that's been done on that outreach mailing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, okay, except, so you're saying that that was only done by member states, not done by the organization itself?
ERIC acted as the secure pass-through, the secure way to transmit the data,
Okay,
but the member so each member at their choosing participated in this and asked us to transmit the data securely to the researcher.
okay. And how often does this occur?
I think members have done, or there's been research on the outreach mailing 5 times maybe, I think, over the last 13 years. I don't remember the exact number. And then there's been a couple of other research projects. In terms of ERIC data, I think we're looking at 5 or 6 times.
Okay, do you remember who those organizations are that?
Most of them, yes.
Okay.
Research Triangle Institute out of North Carolina, a couple of professors at a couple different universities on the East and West Coast. And then, of course, I think in 2020, the Center for Election Innovation and Reform partnered with some ERIC states to evaluate the effectiveness of their eligible but unregistered mailing.
Okay, okay. Is there any affiliation with ERIC or any of your partners with any of those organizations?
No
that you're aware
formal
of?
affiliation. And just for the record to clarify here too, so because I think you are aware, the executive director of CEIR, Center for Election Innovation and Research, was a non-voting board member on ERIC until 2023. The board eliminated those positions in 2023, and he was not reappointed.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Obviously, this is a point of contention, something that a lot of people have questions about. I've certainly heard from my constituents about this. Let me ask you, when you say your member states come up with policy and they meet, how do y'all meet?
We meet in person once or twice a year, convening in person, typically in conjunction when all of them are already meeting for either the National Association of Secretary of State's meeting or the National Association of State Election Directors meeting. So or we meet remotely on a secure Zoom call.
Are those meetings open to the public and advertised to the public?
We have one annual membership meeting that is open to the public as required in our bylaws and by law.
But y'all would not follow the similar open meetings laws that we have in the state of Georgia?
We are not subject to those, but we do make available on our website under the corporate transparency, as well as the vote totals and vote counts for the votes that are taken, as well as our tax filings and our financial audits. They're all on our website.
When the 9 states left in 2023, what was the policy divide that caused them to leave?
The policy divide was essentially that those states wanted more flexibility over which reports they took and how so primarily the eligible but unregistered. And they also wanted to remove the non-voting board seats from the board.
Expand on that for me a little bit.
Sure. So I think we all know, following the 2020 election, as has already been stated, there were a lot of strong feelings about the outcome of that election. In January of 2022, Eric became, I would say, the target of a pretty zealous campaign to attack our reputation and our integrity and what we do. And at the time, we had David Becker on the board, and we had other non-voting board members. And I think that politics got in the way of policy, frankly. And ultimately, as Ben has well reported, if you go back and look at the coverage on Eric in late 22 and throughout 2023, ultimately, those states left because they wanted to make changes. The rest of the organization didn't agree with making those changes at the time. The votes were taken, and you all know how that works. Sometimes you're on the winning side of a vote, and sometimes you're not. And the states that left were not on the winning side. I will say again, some of those states that wanted those changes left before the vote was taken. They didn't stay in and try to convince the other members to make those changes. They just left, even after asking the board, the organization, to make the changes that they wanted to see made.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, this isn't the time or place, but we talk a lot about the 2020 election, but I think every election is kind of polarizing, right? We saw the left drastically try to argue about the 2016 election. I mean, we saw folks impeachments take place for it, but that's a time for another conversation. But every election cycle is polarizing. I don't think we need to just highlight 2020. Let me ask you about the efficiency argument here. Would you say that the efficiency is more beneficial to states with larger or smaller populations that are members?
Well, I think costs are all relative, right? So in Georgia, and I think that Blake can speak to this better than I do, I don't know what it costs to hire and keep a couple of good data analysts on staff compared to what it might cost to recruit and retain good data analysts in Nevada. I suspect it's cheaper in Nevada, but I don't know. The other costs are fixed. So the licensing, the software we use to do the data matching, which is a leading software company, that's going to cost the same. It's scaled to the number of records. The license for the NCOA data is the same regardless of how big your state is. So there are costs that are fixed based on size and some that are not. And I think the efficiencies overall is when you're talking about having data from 25 states involved, it's very efficient. It is much cheaper to have Eric provide these reports than it would be for a state to try to manage the data and secure the data and do the data matching on 25 states worth of data.
But when I look at kind of the member states versus non-member states, I mean, I could look at probably 18 of your member states whose population doesn't add up to Texas and Florida combined. Would that be fair to say?
Probably.
Okay. And then I know you
Very
can't
few
tell us,
states add up to Florida, Texas.
then I know you can't tell us where your data center is located, but what's the name of the company that manages the data center?
Then you would know where that is. Can I just tell you it's in the Midwest?
Well, I've heard that, but is it a company that only has one data center?
Well, they have a disaster failover center in another state, which is good practice. It is not Amazon, it is not Microsoft, it is not Google, and it is not Apple.
So it's a company that has a redundancy data center and then this data center.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is what you would want.
Right. I understand. I just didn't know if they were people
Right.
who
And they're not one
nationwide
of the
data
big
centers.
tech companies. They've been doing this since the mid-90s. And again, they have other clients whose data is more sensitive and more heavily regulated than ours, including financial institutions, healthcare data, and educational data.
Thank you.
They're really good at what they do, and we have physically been there and inspected the site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Hamlin, question for you. I'll be quick on this. On page 2, on your basic facts about Eric, you talk about the funding for Eric. I get that they pay a one-time fee, then it's set by annual dues. I think Georgia pays about $100,000 a year for annual dues. I guess your dues are set based on the size of the state or the size of the data. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a combination of the citizen voting age of the state, the population, citizen voting age population, and the number of states in Eric. So it's sort of two factors that go into the cost. So basically, the larger states pay more than the smaller states,
Sure.
but it's somewhat proportional. Yeah.
Okay. And you also state that there's no ongoing support from any other sources. So you get $0 from anybody but your member states.
Yeah, and ongoing support. We did receive a one-time grant in 2019 when Pew, I think all of you, I think know that Pew helped form Eric and supported the initial financial costs of starting Eric. In 2019, they offered us a grant. We didn't ask for it, one-time grant for some technology upgrades. And the board discussed it and decided to take the grant. Again, one time, and we required that it be a one-time grant, and we used it to upgrade our technology, invested new servers, and do some other technology projects, including a cybersecurity assessment.
So
But that money is spent and gone and reported in our IRS tax filings, and we do not and have not since received any ongoing funding from
okay,
anyone.
so besides the startup cost of money, that's the only time that y'all have accepted outside money?
Correct.
Okay, how much was that grant?
Around 280, I think.
And did they get anything in return or ask for anything?
No,
All right, thank you.
just that we report how we spent it,
Right.
which is required of any grant maker.
And your board had to approve to
Yes.
accept that.
Yes.
All right. Any other members have any questions? All right, Chairman.
When did Georgia join?
2019, I
20
believe.
2019.
Yeah, 2019, April of 2019.
Okay, thank you.
And a
Thank you.
group of other states. I think 4 states joined that year in the spring.
Thanks.
All right, any other member? Mr. Hamlin, thank you very much for your
Thank you very
time. Thank you
much.
for traveling to Georgia and have this discussion with us. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation.
All right, thank you.
Please reach out. My contact information is in there. I'm happy to
Yes,
answer any
and
follow-up
members, there are
questions.
several documents that Mr. Hamlin has provided. There's also a handout on their security overview. I know there's a lot of discussion about that, so it's in the packet as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we will hear from Mr. Blake Evans. He is the State Elections Director with the Georgia Secretary of State's office. Mr. Evans, as always, good to see you again, and thank you for being with us.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you all for having me again. Y'all are going to get tired of hearing from me before this is all over. But today, I'm going to talk about list maintenance. So thank y'all again for having me. It's good to be here and good to see y'all again. We're going to talk about list maintenance, and so I got a few slides, and I'm happy to take questions at the end. But basically, it's just a 2-part presentation, relatively quick. First part's going to go over what we do currently for list maintenance, and then some recommendations that we have for how we can improve how we're able to do list maintenance. And so we have many tools. I know if you remember a few months ago, I talked pretty extensively. I'm not going to go into that much depth today, but talked pretty extensively about our voter registration system, which is the Georgia Registered Voter Information System, or JARVIS for short. That is the tool that all 159 of our counties use to be able to do their daily processing of work. So it's in this tool that they process records from Department of Driver Services, they process felon records, they process death and deceased records, they process online voter registration, paper applications, and essentially do all their reporting within this tool. The next entity that we get data from is the Department of Driver Services. And I'll park here for just a minute, because the Department of Driver Services is probably the database that is most, one of the most important databases for the work that our election officials are able to do. We do get about 72% of our new registrations and our updates through the Department of Driver Services when somebody goes to update their license or to get a license for the first time. That's where we get a lot of our transactions from. But it's also important in terms of our citizenship checks. And here's why. Obviously, because Georgia's been Real ID compliant for about 10 years at this point, just about everybody has a real ID. And if they didn't, they had to go back to renew their driver's license. And when they did that, they provide proof of citizenship to the Department of Driver Services. That means for those 72% that go and register for the first time with the Department of Driver Services, they are providing their proof of citizenship up front before the data ever gets to us. Anybody who goes and is a non-citizen at the Department of Driver Services, their data stays at the Department of Driver Services. We never ever get that. We never get that data from the Department of Driver Services. The flow of information never makes it to us if they are a non-citizen. We only see the data if the person is a citizen. And then, of course, that flows into JARVIS, and our county election officials are able to process it from that point. Now, let's say somebody applies with a paper application. What we'll do with that information is the county registrar will input that information into JARVIS, and then in an overnight process, before the person becomes an active voter, the voter goes into a pending status, and that information gets sent to the Department of Driver Services, and we check against their database to confirm citizenship. And if DDS says that this person is a citizen, then that information comes back to the voter registration system. The person can go to active status. If it says that they're not a citizen, then what happens to that voter record is it goes into a pending citizenship status, where that record or that person cannot vote until they show proof of citizenship. So just want to demonstrate the value of the Department of Driver Services, because we really get some great data through the way that we have that set up. The next few entities, or the next entity that you'll see on the slide, is the Department of Public Health. From there, we get deceased data. When somebody dies within the state of Georgia, we get that from the Department of Public Health. The next three entities is where we get our felon data from, primarily. The Department of Corrections, the Department of Community Supervision, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, and their Crime Information Center. We get files from each of those, and those collectively make up the felon data that we get and that we send to counties through JARVIS for their processing. And so if a record is flagged as a felon and the county registrar confirms this is a felon match, that person goes on a clock, and they are given the opportunity to show up for a hearing. And then if they don't show up, which most of the time they don't, they get canceled. All right, then we have cross-state data comparison through the Electronic Registration Information Center. And then you just had an extensive presentation on that, but we also get the Social Security Death Master File, as well as NCOA data from them. I don't want to go into too much more depth, since y'all did just get a pretty extensive presentation from them. But I do want to specify just a couple of items. One is our membership for this year in ERIC is 107,828. I think few months ago, I'd mentioned is right there around $100,000, but it's 107,828. If we were to try to replace, which I would contend that we wouldn't be able to, but if we were to try to replace that with a data analyst, if you hire one data analyst at about $70,000 a year, by the time you tack on benefits and the cost to the state, one data analyst is going to run about $118,000. And so it's less than the cost of one data analyst. And then plus you have to go and get the subscriptions to the NCOA data and the Social Security Death Master data. I would also say that as far as being an ERIC specifically, the amount of staff time that takes from us on a monthly basis is probably 30 minutes or less. We generate a file out of the voter registration system. That means that somebody goes in and starts the generation of the file. That's 2 or 3 minutes. The next day, because usually it's a large file, it takes overnight. The next day they'll go in and they'll hash that file. That takes a few minutes. And then that hash file gets uploaded to ERIC. And then we request from them what reports we want. We typically request the deceased duplicates and the cross-state reports from them. And then we'll also occasionally request the NCOA data from them as well. We try to do that at least once to twice a year. And so it takes about 30 minutes of staff time from us. And I will mention, just because the voter participation reports came up in the previous presentation, but in 2022, and we'll be referring more this year, but we referred 17 cases to district attorneys in 2022 of people that appeared to vote in multiple states. That included states like Arizona, Colorado, Maryland, Michigan, and Wisconsin in those. All right, a few more entities that we get data from. One is the Department of Homeland Security, and that includes the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services SAVE database. And so this is a database that we have begun to be able to use more. Last year, the secretary in our office wrote a letter requesting some changes and improvements be made to SAVE so that we can conduct citizenship audits and also run people that are in that pending citizenship status through SAVE to get information on if they have become naturalized U.S. citizens. And so they have made some upgrades. In fact, recently, a couple months ago, the secretary went to the White House, and some of the staffer, one of the staffers on with SAVE had mentioned that our letter was kind of a guide that they use to be able to make improvements. Those improvements include things that have benefited every single state, which include not charging us for every record that we run through, allowing bulk uploads of data, which means we don't have to run people through one by one anymore. And we do frequently use SAVE, and we're able to use it now more than we ever have. When somebody, again, applies to register to vote and ends up in that pending citizenship category, we run them through to see if we can get some more information on them. We also get information from the Geospatial Management Office, as well as Superior and Probate Courts. What the Superior and Probate Courts will send us is information potentially on felonies, or also if somebody's declared mentally incompetent by a judge, we will get those. We also utilize individual state-to-state agreements. You mentioned states that had left ERIC. Alabama left ERIC, so we do have an agreement with them. We've done one exchange with them. Virginia left ERIC. We have an agreement with them. We've done one exchange with them, and we have an agreement with a few other states as well to try to do that in a secure way. There are challenges to that. It is more time consuming, but we do those as well. And in the recommendations section, I'll have some recommendations about how we can do that more frequently. We have a new tool that we'll be using for the first time in the next week or two, and that's we're calling that the Georgia Registration Review Application. What that's going to look for are records that are potentially resided at a commercial address. We're going to flag those for our county election officials to look at. We're also going to be looking at addresses that appear to have more than 10 records at a single residential home. We're going to flag those And essentially what this tool is intended to do is to flag anomalies for county registrars to just do some more research on and figure out if it's something they need to send a confirmation notice for. We have a redistricting tool that we have rolled out a couple times in the past few years, and that's just to make sure that people are assigned to the proper districts after redistricting. And our objective, again, is to use every single tool that's at our disposal to be able to have the cleanest voter rolls and most accurate voter rolls in the country. So we try to get as much data as we possibly can, and when people move, try to get them off the rolls as quickly as possible. All right, here's a summary, just real quick, of list maintenance data. You have it in your packet if you'd like to review it. But we sent out over 1 million confirmation notices this year alone, and then over or almost 4.5 million since 2019. We had the largest cancellation mailer this year for 8 years. We had the largest cancellation mailer in 8 years this year. This is how that broke down. These are essentially the reasons why somebody gets to an inactive status. And then if they stay in that inactive status for 2 federal general elections, they end up on our cancellation mailer. And this is how that broke down. One of the items that I want to highlight, and this will lead into the recommendation section that I have, is that we make sure that we follow the law in all the list maintenance that we do. And that includes the National Voter Registration Act, a federal law, and also our state law, which is Chapter 21 of the Georgia Election Code. One thing I want to highlight with the National Voter Registration Act, or the NVRA, is what it says about being able to remove names from voting rolls. And I do think that this law is a little bit antiquated, and there's room for improvement in it, but this is what it says about removal of names from a voting roll. So a state shall not remove the name of a registrant from the official list of eligible voters in elections for federal office on the ground that the registrant has changed residence unless the registrant either does one of 2 things. One is confirms in writing that the registrant has changed address to a place outside the registrar's jurisdiction, which means that you have a signature on file that this person has moved. Or the second thing that can do, and this is common and what leads to somebody being on the cancellation mailer, is there's been a confirmation notice sent to them. They didn't respond. They moved to inactive status, and then they've stayed in that inactive status for 2 federal general elections. So I've got 3 recommendations for you today. One is that you join the Secretary in calling on Congress to amend the NVRA. It's antiquated. There are things that can be done to improve it. A couple things that I want to point out. One is we need to reduce, or at a minimum, shorten the 90-day blackout period before federal elections. We need to at least shorten it to about 45 to 49 days to align with the UOCAVA deadline. But what makes it really difficult is in federal election years, we have very little time, if any, that we can conduct mass list maintenance. And it makes it very, very difficult on us. In fact, in 2020, we had so many elections that we weren't able to do a single list maintenance mailer. And so it's antiquated, and we should revise that. We should also eliminate the requirement for signatures to cancel voter registration records for voters who moved out of our jurisdiction. We get some very valuable data, some very accurate data, whether it's through ERIC or through a state-to-state agreement, or from our Department of Driver Services when somebody cancels their driver's license, and we get that information. And we ought to be able to do more with that data than what we're able to do. Because right now, under the NVRA, all we're able to do is send a confirmation notice, and if they don't respond, they go to inactive, and then we have to wait 2 federal elections. And it makes it very difficult for us. All right, a couple other recommendations to end my presentation. The second recommendation is we need to discuss ways to add rather than decrease Georgia's list maintenance tools. So increase resources for the Secretary of State's office to conduct state-to-state exchanges. It is time-consuming to do a state-to-state exchange. And I was talking with actually my colleague over in Texas about things that they were doing on the list maintenance side. They left ERIC a few years ago. And they have more people supporting their voter registration system at 30 than what we have in our office working on elections full-time, period. And they've multiplied from about 35 people in their office 3 years ago to over 100. And so there has to be an investment of resources to be able to do, and I'm not saying that drastic, but there has to be an investment of resources to be able to do the state-to-state exchanges and those kinds of things, because it does take a lot of staff time. Recommendation number 3, change the requirement for active voters to be on the no contact list from 5 years to 4. So there in our law, it's 21-2-234. There's a section that says if somebody has active status, so this could be somebody that moved to Louisiana, say, and their record is outdated, it's had no activity, we have to wait 4 years before we can send a confirmation notice to them because they haven't had activity. And then if they don't respond to that, we won't, because we're sending to the address on their voter record. Then once they go inactive, we still have to wait 2 federal general elections. And so we're asking to cut that number from 5 years back down to 4, and at least get that process moving along a little faster. So there's a summary of the recommendations on the screen. And with that, again, just wanted to give a high level of what we currently do for our list maintenance processes, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Kelly, I think we'll start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Blake, thank you for being here with us. Just a few moments ago, we heard that when ERIC member states meet, at best, only half of those are open to public participation. I think what we're doing here today and the way we conduct ourselves at the Capitol in an open and transparent way with public participation is very important. Do you or the Secretary share concerns that I do that only half of the meetings that take place between ERIC member states are open to public participation?
That's a good question, and I would have to talk to the Secretary to get his opinion on it. I would say this, as being somebody that's on the board of ERIC, you know, I've had success in the past of bringing ideas up to them that they've voted on, and many of those have gone through. But I would have to talk to the Secretary to get his opinion.
As a member of the Secretary's staff, do you know if he has ever encouraged ERIC to provide for more public participation in the meetings that they're holding where they're making policy decisions that impact our voter rolls?
I know that we've been very outspoken on our views about ERIC, but I don't recall that particular item coming up.
Thank you.
Representative Monahan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Blake, for being here. You have been awesome to come and present to this committee on multiple occasions. And we appreciate the information that you have and the knowledge that you keep. And you've done a great job so far. So thank you for that. I want to first
Appreciate
that. So tell me your role in the, I want to learn more about you. So tell me your role in the Secretary of State's office, and kind of tell, maybe indulge the committee on what your day-to-day looks like.
Yeah, so started with the Secretary of State's office in 2020, was Deputy Elections Director under Chris Harvey for a year, who's gone on to be Executive Director at Post. And then in August of 21 became the Elections Director. And on a day-to-day basis, we have a staff of about 26 people that work full-time on elections. That staff's divided somewhat between our IT department, and they report up to our CIO, and then also elections, who reports up to me. But we spend a significant amount of time supporting county election officials the best that we can, providing guidance to unique situations that they have, conducting trainings on a day-to-day basis. I talk to usually multiple county election directors every single day. And then also supporting our voter registration system. So we have a team that does that. We've had Jarvis for about, we launched it to counties in 2023, so about 2.5 years now. And so we support that voter registration system and do our best to support our county election officials day to day.
Thank you. So I know you've had some role with ERIC, and so tell me about your prior role with ERIC, and then how that has evolved into your current role with ERIC. So tell me a little bit about your role there.
Yeah, so in I think it was 2022, I became the member representative on the ERIC board. And then when an opening popped up to be on the executive committee for ERIC, I was asked if I wanted to take advantage of it, and I did. I mean, the value in that is the executive committee meets periodically. It's usually a mix of people from Democratic offices and Republican offices that meet to go over, like the budget every single year that gets presented to the wider membership, and other issues that might be impacting. One of the big things, let's see, when I was chair, that was the time where the majority of those states were requesting exemptions from the EBU. We were one of the states that requested an exemption of the EBU. And the way the bylaws and the membership agreement at that time worked is the chair, along with the executive director, would review the request, and then the request would get presented to the membership committee. Part of the reason that we would review the request is just to anticipate, for whatever that state was, any questions that they might get from the larger committee, so that they could have those answers prepared. And then I would oversee the meetings, and we would, they would the membership would take a vote on whether or not the state would get the exemption. Every state that asked for one did get one. And now I'm the immediate past chair, and so it's a little bit less responsibility there, but just mainly supporting the folks that are on the executive committee and the wider committee, usually with any questions that they have.
Sure. So, and just to keep the audience informed here, EBU is eligible but unregistered, is that correct?
That's right.
So during your tenure as the chair of ERIC, what would you say was the impetus? I know we heard from Mr. Hamlin about the, maybe his view of the impetus of why folks are asking for this waiver. And of those 10 states, were they Republican or Democrat states, and only by virtue of the control of the legislature?
Sure. Yeah, I actually remember, gosh, this would have been probably 21 or 22, being on a call with some other states that were thinking about ways to revise the ERIC membership agreement. I think it was organized by then Secretary of State John Merrill in Alabama, and we were on there. And if I remember correctly, we were the state that brought up the idea of changing the EBU requirement. What we had found was it was very ineffective and expensive. Expensive, because you're sending out, I think in 2020, I forget the exact number, and the response rate's like at 1% or under, a terrible return on an investment. And so we didn't think it was worth it to do it every single year. All those states that did leave, the 9 that left, were all Republican-led states.
And the 10 that requested the waiver, how many were Republican and how many were Democrat?
That's an interesting question, because it was a mix. I think Oregon was the first one that had a waiver. We requested a waiver. Kentucky got a waiver. Colorado got a waiver, so it was kind of a mix.
While the chair of that organization in 24, did you ever find yourself, as many do when they chair an organization, having to advocate for the policies or the organization that was there?
Not really. I mean, I certainly remember having conversations with states that were thinking about submitting an exemption to ERIC, and I would give them advice on, hey, these are the things that you want to put in it to give yourself the best likelihood of actually getting that exemption from the EBU. So it was more kind of one-off, conversations with states about things like that than advocating on behalf of the of ERIC kind of more generally. Now, I say that to say, and you obviously know that I do advocate for the data that ERIC provides. I think it's helpful and beneficial, but I don't remember, really as the chair, using that position to advocate to outside entities or anything like that.
I just want to clarify. So as the chairman of the executive board of ERIC, you never advocated on a one-on-one basis while in a role within our Secretary of State's office for another member to join or for the benefits of joining ERIC. As the chairman of that organization, you never advocated.
Certainly, I would advocate for other states to join ERIC. Like I never went and spoke before another legislative body or anything like that. But if a state had asked me, I would have told them, yes, I think you should join and here are the benefits and that kind of thing.
So it's fair to say that you advocated for ERIC
Yes.
during your tenure
Yeah.
with both the state and as chair of ERIC.
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll indulge me, Mr. Chairman, I do have a few more questions. Surrounding states make up about 70% of the inflows and outflows of Georgia. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Do you think that the data that you receive from ERIC is essential?
We would still operate without it.
Okay. And if 70% of the states that surround us make the inflows and outflows, and the vast majority of those are non-ERIC states, how do you receive data from, let's say, how do you receive data from South Carolina right now? Is it through ERIC?
It is through ERIC. We also get, we get it through the cross-state report in ERIC through South Carolina. We get NCOA data, and then we also get DDS data.
So from South Carolina, you get ERIC data and some NCOA data and all the others. How do you get it from Alabama?
With Alabama, we did set up the individual state-to-state agreement. So we've been able to do that one time. I'd like to do it again. And then we also get Alabama data through NCOA and through Department of Driver Services.
And how do you get Tennessee data?
Right now, we're limited to getting the DDS cancellation data. Also, they're on NCOA.
Okay.
I have talked multiple times to their elections to work out a state-to-state agreement. So at some point, I would like to be able to do that.
And Florida?
Florida, it's NCOA and DDS.
And how about North Carolina?
NCOA and DDS.
And you've already answered the question I was going to ask next, which is, it seems like without ERIC, you could still do your job.
We would still do our job. There would be, because like any reports, there's a significant amount of overlap, but then there's some records that are unique. So we wouldn't get as much data, but we would still do our job.
One note about cost, I just want to make sure that I'm very clear, is, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of my constituents, election integrity and security is not a value proposition. So I read one of the things I really agree with you in your report is that we do need to invest more in our election integrity, including any costs associated with state-to-state compacts, in making sure that Georgians, our constituents, are still in charge of their data. And lastly, I did want to point over to the DA question, and that is, I know you brought that up, and that was something that was brought up at the last meeting. I don't believe that the Secretary of State's office should be ultimately the receiver of those complaints. I believe that DAs have a duty to investigate those crimes and prosecute them. But other than that, thank you so much for your testimony today. Really appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Blake, for the presentation. First of all, I'll just commend you and your staff, given the tools you have to work with. You guys do a good job with this. I did have a couple of questions regarding the recent voter registration cancellations. You gave us kind of a breakdown of where those came from. We hear batted around a lot of times the percentage of voter registrants or registrations on the book in Georgia versus eligible voters, and it's, like statewide, it has been quoted at 104%, Fulton County up in the, 100 teens, that sort of thing. How did this, and I think I asked this question last meeting, and we didn't really have a firm answer at that time. This voter cancellation that we just did, do we know how that impacted those percentages?
So our active registration count compared to our citizen voting age population is going to be around 90%. Now, part of the problem is getting back to the slide about the MVRA requirements that are antiquated, is if you add in the inactive voters, there are inactive records that are outdated. And a way to be able to get them off the rolls faster, which is why the secretary wrote the letter to Congress encouraging them to update the NVRA. Because we do need to have a way to be able to enact voters off, inactive records off the roll faster. When we know that they're outdated, we have solid evidence that the people have moved. So if you factor in inactive records and people that we know, based on the data that we have that they moved, then that number is going to be much higher, because it adds on an additional 600,000 or 700,000 records. But our active voter count in relation to our citizen voting age population is around 90%. I can get you the exact percentage.
Okay, yeah, if you could, I'd appreciate that, just so we can be able to answer some of that question. We have heard that we have clean voter rolls and that sort of thing, and we're just looking for justification from our standpoint. You had mentioned earlier too that there were, and I can't remember, I think it was 17 referrals to the Attorney General for people who had basically voted in multiple states. And I apologize, you went through a list of those states that I didn't have my map in front of me in time to really go through. I'm assuming all of those would be ERIC member states where we're sharing that cross-state data through ERIC.
That's correct.
Okay, so we really don't have that data for the other 25, 26 states, other than the ones that we may have state-to-state agreements with, but that would only be caught in the driver's license data, cancellation data, and NCOA data. Is that reasonable to say?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Director Evans, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you about, you said that you have a new list maintenance tool that you rolled out maybe last month, the Georgia Registration Review Application.
We're finalizing it. I would say we will use it for the first time in the next 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay. So what data are you using to assess whether a residence is, or whether an address is commercial?
That's a combination. So that is the data that we get currently from the Geospatial Management Office.
The U.S. what?
It's the Geospatial Management Office through the Department of Homeland Security.
So that is the criteria?
Yes.
Just that, okay. Thank you. Great. Okay, so you mentioned, that you can still do your job with states through individual compacts or individual contracts, I guess, even if a state isn't in ERIC. You told us that your ERIC annual subscription costs what, or was it a one-time fee of 107,000, or is that annual?
Our fee for this year was $107,000.
So give us a breakdown of how much it costs to do the one-on-one arrangements with, say, well, I guess you don't even have one with Tennessee, do you?
We don't have one with
negotiating it?
Tennessee. We've done it with Alabama. We've only done it twice, once with Alabama, once with Virginia. It takes a significant amount of staff time, and you're probably looking at a solid 3 to 4 days of a couple of personnel devoting their days to that.
But you've only done it with 2 states, so what do you do with the other states who aren't in ERIC and with which you do not have a one-on-one contract with?
What we are doing right now for those other states, if they're not in ERIC and we haven't done the state-to-state exchange with them, is we rely on DDS data and NCOA data to track those moves.
So basically it's one-sided as opposed to cross-referencing data with those other states. We're just doing it on the Georgia front. Do I understand you correctly?
Well, so on those, the DDS data, is there are many other states where if a voter moves to those states and cancels their driver's license, our DDS gets notified. And then we've gotten reports to be able to get notified of that and send a confirmation notice to the voter. With the NCOA data, then it's just if they file the change of address with USPS, we get that information. And so it's kind of like with any list, you know, if we get an Eric cross state, if it's a state that's in Eric, there's going to be some voters that overlap with those, but then there's going to be some that are unique to the Eric cross state, and some that are unique to NCOA, and some that are unique to DDS. And so what my preference is just have as many data sources as possible to get as much of that data as possible, because it's kind of a belt and suspenders approach to use the sources that you can to get as much data as you can.
So what I'm hearing from you is that there's three different approaches, really. There's your approach with ERIC member states. There's an approach with states that are not in ERIC, but with which you have a one-on-one agreement. And then there's approach with states that are not in ERIC, but with which you do not have a one-on-one agreement. Does that sum it up?
That's accurate.
Okay. And so what is the difference for you on a day-to-day basis, staff-wise, resource-wise, cost-wise? What is the difference between the second two approaches? The one where, like, let's say with Tennessee, with which you don't have a contract, and with Alabama or Virginia, with which you do have a contract?
I would say the difference is, so let's take the Tennessee example. With that, we're still getting the NCOA from Eric. So we get it, and it gets processed. There's not really a ton of difference there. It's just us processing a report, identifying whether the person has moved out of state or out of county, and then the notices get sent out. Really, the most difference is if we do have an individual state-to-state agreement, because then we're getting our IT team together with the other state's IT team, and we're investing the time and energy to figure out what's the best and secure way to exchange the file. Once we get the file, then we have staff that conducts the analysis to see, okay, what are tight matches that we can rely on to confirm that these people have actually moved. So the method that's the most different of what you described are the ones where we have the state-to-state agreements.
Okay, that's really interesting, because it sounds like there's a discernible quality difference in the data that you're able to get when there is a one-on-one contract with another state, right? As opposed to not having a contract.
Well, if it's one-on-one, the burden is on our shoulders to do the data analysis and to make that the matching criteria are tight.
But when you do that, because you have a one-on-one contract and you're in negotiation with their IT team, whatever, you get better quality data than when you don't go through that process, right?
I mean, I would say it's a lot of the stuff that Eric does, but it's just we're doing it.
I'm not talking about Eric. I'm just
Sure.
talking about the contracts, one-on-one contracts, and then the Tennessees of the world with which we don't have a contract. Is the information you get in Alabama better than the information you get from Tennessee? And feel free to qualify that however you want.
I would say that that is more, because in Alabama, we're also getting that DDS and that NCOA data, but then we're doing the state-to-state exchange on top of it. So it's more data.
Because you have the contract, you're able to get more data for a state like Alabama than you are from a state like Tennessee.
Correct.
And what does more data mean to you practically? Does it mean more accurate rolls?
Yes.
Okay.
It means that when somebody moves and they have active status, if we're able to identify that they moved, then we can get them to inactive status faster, which is the right thing to do because they don't live here anymore.
So I want to put a fine point on this, because this is something I'm learning for the first time. This is something I did not appreciate before, because before I always thought about it as ERIC member states and non-ERIC member states. But now there's three categories. There's ERIC member states, there's states you have a contract with, and there's states you don't have a contract with. And what I heard you say is that middle category, we've only ever had those were one-year contracts. So really, the two tranches are ERIC member states and ones we don't have contracts with.
That is that's accurate. Yeah, I would say the caveat that I'll put there is if it's an ERIC member state, it's 30 minutes of staff time a month to send that file off, and then Eric sends us back the matches. That's it. If it's an individual state-to-state agreement, then that's once you work out the contract, then it's about 3 or 4 days worth of a couple of staff being fully dedicated to do the exchange once you've coordinated with the other entity and they have the time to be able to do it. So data quality wise, yes. From a timing perspective, and that gets back to those resources that we need in the office to, if that's what we want to rely on moving forward.
Um, I'd love to talk a little bit about the NVRA, because that's just something we don't talk a lot about.
Sure.
The National Voter Registration Act, but you included it in your presentation. And I want to emphasize it, I guess, to everyone here, because not only do we have to comply with state laws, but we have to comply with federal laws. And you made the point that, you'd like to see changes to the NVRA. Maybe the NVRA needs to be updated and it doesn't quite represent the current situation in our politics. And fair enough. But until it's changed, we do have to comply with the NVRA. So the slide that you presented, I'd like you to elaborate a little bit. Removal of names from the rolls. There's 2 conditions under which we, to comply with federal law, can remove a voter from the rolls. The first condition is if somebody actively tells you, I've moved, I'm going to sign, but I no longer want to be on the Georgia voter rolls. That's number 1, right?
Yes.
And then number 2, explain number 2 to us again, please.
So number 2 is we have sent a confirmation notice out to somebody. It could be return to mail. It could be a cross-state notice. It could be a no contact notice, so they haven't had activity in a while. And then they don't respond to the notice. Could be an NCOA notice. They don't respond to the notice. Those people get put on a 30 or 40-day clock, and after that time period expires, they haven't responded, they get moved to inactive status. Once they are in inactive status for 2 federal general elections, then they end up on that cancellation mailer. And then the NVRA says that you send them another notice, they don't respond to that one, then they get moved to canceled. And so that's the process that's laid out in the NVRA to be able to cancel a record without having heard from the voter directly.
Let's break that down a little bit. So first thing that has to happen is you have to get a notice. What types of events would trigger that notice?
One is return to mail. So let's say the registrar's office has sent out a precinct card and it comes back, return to mail.
Returned election mail.
Yes. One is cross-state notice. So let's say Eric has identified that somebody has moved, or our exchange with Alabama has identified that somebody has moved. We send out a confirmation notice. They don't respond, they go inactive. One's being on the NCOA list. If it's NCOA out of county or out of state, same thing. Notice is sent, they don't respond, they go inactive. And then the other is no contact. So that's no contact for 5 calendar years. We did that mailing this year. So for anybody who say their last contact was in November of 2019, they were on the no contact mailing this year. We sent a notice, they didn't respond, they get moved to inactive.
So let's do an example. Let's say somebody is on the returned election mail list. Their precinct mail goes back to them. That triggers the, what do you call it, the cancellation notice or the inactive notice?
That triggers the inactive notice.
Inactive notice. Okay, so they don't respond to the inactive notice after 30 days. Then how long between that occurs and they go into the inactive list?
So let's say somebody returned mail today.
Mm-hmm.
That return mail notice gets sent out to them. So in November, they get moved to inactive. If they stay in inactive status for the 2026 cycle and they stay inactive through the 2028 cycles, they don't vote, they don't submit a registration application, any of that, then in 2029, they would be on the list for removal.
In 2029, so 5 years from now.
Correct.
4 years from now. Let's do another hypothetical. Somebody moves. Okay, they don't tell you they've moved. They don't say, I want to come off the Georgia law rolls, but they've moved and they show up on the NCOA list. Let's say that person is challenged with their election board. What happens next?
Then the election board would send the notice to that voter and ask them to appear for a hearing, and then they could show up and have their hearing, present their evidence to the local board, either that they are a resident or Or they could just get the notice and say, oh yeah, I have moved, I forgot to update, cancel my registration.
But if they don't show up, would they go on the inactive list?
Uh,
I'm testing you here. I'm sorry. I didn't
yeah,
mean to put you on
you're
the spot.
testing me. I'd want to get with our attorney before giving you a response.
I'll tell you, that's my reading of the MVRA. Because once you go on the inactive list, you still have 2 full election cycles before you can be removed by federal law.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Monahan for 2 quick questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question about slide number 5 here, which is your list maintenance of the 2025 cancellation mailer. On your 2025 cancellation mailer, what data did you get from state-to-state contracts that made it into that? It just seems like most all the data that you sent off for was from Eric. Why was none of the state-to-state compacts included in that cancellation?
So the first state-to-state exchanges that we did were middle of last year. And so if those people didn't respond, they get moved to inactive status. They were inactive for the November 24 general election. They'll be inactive for the November 26 general election. So then they would be on the cancellation mailer for 27.
Was Alabama ever a member of ERIC?
Yes.
And when did they leave?
They left, would have been probably 22.
Okay. The last question I have for you is this, and that is, look, first of all, let me just take a point of personal privilege here and tell you that I have, and I know there's some election superintendents out here that are going to take great offense to this. I have the greatest election superintendent in the state of Georgia. Her name is Deidre Holden, and she's a ball of energy. She's great. Tell me a little bit about the Experian pilot that was done in Paulding County and ultimately its efficacy.
Yeah, so Deidre Holden, she's great. They did participate in the Experian pilot. I've talked to her a little bit about that. Sounds like it went really, really well. She put me in contact actually with somebody with Experian. This was several months back. And I had a meeting with Experian because I wanted to learn more about, hey, what would it look like if we got data from them? At the time, they thought that they were going to be conducting another EAC pilot, and they Experian said, hey, I bet EAC would allow the whole state of Georgia to be a part of a pilot this time. I reached out to an EAC commissioner and didn't sound like the funding was going to be there to be able to conduct that pilot again. But it does sound like from Ms. Holden that that pilot went well. I'm interested in researching it more. If the EAC was going to do a pilot, I probably would have wanted the state to be a part of it, but it doesn't look like they're going to. But I am interested in that more.
The data that I got back was that it had a 54% return rate. Would you find that to be significant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We appreciate your participation today and every other meeting you've participated with us, and thank you for coming with today.
Thank you all.
All right, next we are going to hear from Mr. Mark Davis, President of Data Productions. Mr. Davis, you'll have 15 minutes and you'll get a warning at 12 minutes. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'll apologize in advance for doing some reading to you, but some of the issues that I will be presenting are inflammatory, and I want to be careful with my choice of words. My name is Mark Davis, and I'm the president of Data Productions. I've been working with voter data since 1986 and have been supplying candidates with enhanced voter data for nearly 40 years. As a result of that experience, I've been asked to serve as an analyst or expert witness in numerous election cases over the last 23 years. I am also a member of the Georgia Republican Party's Election Confidence Task Force, which has authorized me to speak as a member of that committee today. Before I begin, I'd first like the committee to know that I am not an election denier. I am an analyst who first raised the residency issues I'm here to talk with you about today before the State Election Board and the Secretary of State back in 2002. My position for many years has been that we have systemic irregularities in all of our elections, but in 2020, those rose to the level that they placed the outcome of that election in doubt. But if Kamala Harris had lost Georgia by 11,779 votes, the same would have been true because we had almost the same number of issues. When I talk about systemic irregularities, I'm relying on the Georgia Supreme Court's own definition of that term. It can be found on page 15 of their decision in Smith versus Long County, which is a double voting case I was involved in. Second, I'm not here to accuse any particular voter of a crime or to try to make felons out of tens of thousands of my fellow Georgians. I'm just trying to solve a problem. That is not my job to make such accusations or my motivation, but the data I have seen over many years strongly suggests that we have thousands of felony state and federal election law violations occurring in our elections, and that we have had those for decades. Those violations are likely occurring in any state that is subject to the 1993 National Voter Registration Act, also known as the NVRA or the Motor Voter Law. That act forces our nation's secretaries of state to collectively keep millions of voters on their voter rolls who no longer live where they are registered, often for many years. Third, prosecutions for those offenses rarely happen, but when they do, each case requires discrete inquiry. Some voters file permanent changes of address for long-term temporary moves because the post office does not permit people to file temporary changes of address for a period of more than 1 year. Soldiers, college students, or people away on business contracts are examples from that group. But when we look objectively at the results of the analysis I will present today, I hope you will see that it clearly suggests probable cause to investigate these violations. Unfortunately, that same data also suggests that a full investigation would be so massive that as a practical matter, it is very unlikely to ever be done. But we have a simple choice to make. Either our residency laws mean something, and we need to find a better way to uphold them, or they do not, and we will not. The NVRA may be a very significant contributing factor to these issues, but it is also no excuse for committing these violations. It does not explicitly or implicitly permit any voter to provide false information about their residency. Finally, I am also not here today to present the committee with a major problem without also providing a bipartisan solution for it, and I will get to that after first walking you through these issues. So with all that in mind, let's dive in and take a look at what the data tells us. I've been running National Change of Address, or NCOA, processing on Georgia voter data for about 30 years now. As those years went by, I noticed that the number of address changes continued to escalate. Even when purges happened, the number would temporarily dip, but then continue to rise again as the size of our voter rolls continued to increase. Here we see a good summary of our residency laws on the subject that once existed for many years on our Secretary of State's webpage. It is now gone, but that language still exists on a number of county web pages and still accurately reflects our residency laws. Attempts to uphold those laws are also one of the main reasons our counties have been inundated with voter challenges in recent years. But I think it is crucial that this committee understand that those are not being filed to try to disenfranchise voters. They are being filed to try to prevent unqualified voters from casting unlawful ballots in our elections. Slide 4 explains the results of a residency analysis that I did in 2020. It shows that we had approximately 110,000 voters who filed permanent changes of address to a new jurisdiction here within Georgia more than 30 days before the general election, but did not re-register in those new jurisdictions before the deadline to vote in that election. Assuming those changes of address were indeed permanent, which is how they were all filed, that would have left those voters unqualified to cast a ballot in either jurisdiction. They had lost their residency in their old county and they were not registered in their new county. But according to the Secretary of State's vote history data, tens of thousands of those voters were permitted to cast ballots in their previous counties of residence. This analysis is not rocket science. It can and probably will be replicated by other analysts here in Georgia and in other states. As long as those analysts have access to the data needed to perform it, the process is basically the same. I repeated that exact same analysis again in 2022 and 2024, and here we see those top and bottom line numbers. At this point, I'd like to walk you through this evidence and why I consider it to be probable cause to investigate these issues and then to take steps to mitigate them. When voters move and they file a change of address with the post office, they also provide a move effective date. That is the date they want their mail to start being forwarded to them at their new addresses. But then after they move, many of them will realize that they never got around to re-registering to vote in their new counties, and that the deadline to do that in time to vote in the upcoming election has passed them by. They will walk in, present a poll worker with a driver's license they know they have not updated, and when the poll worker checks it, they will find a match to a voter record that hasn't been updated either. Those poll workers don't have the first clue they're being deceived, so they ask those voters to sign voter certificates stipulating that they are who they say they are and that they live where they say they live. Those certificates carry a clear warning at the bottom of them about not providing false information, which is a felony under OCGA 21-2-562. Then once those unqualified voters ignore that warning and sign those certificates, they are permitted to cast a ballot. But after each election, thousands of those voters will finally get around to updating their driver's licenses and/or voter registrations with the exact same addresses that they told the post office they were moving to months or even years before the election. As far as I'm concerned, that kind of corroborating evidence provides clear probable cause for state officials to investigate those votes. But also, when there is a federal race on those ballots, slide 7 shows us why that conduct is also a felony under 52 U.S. 10307, which is the Prohibited Acts section of the Voting Rights Act. And while we're on that subject, I need to pause here and make the committee aware of a recent development that makes these issues even more important. On September 10th, I received a call from an investigator with the Department of Justice about these specific violations. During that call, I offered to turn over evidence which I believe provides clear probable cause to investigate about 97 potential violations of that act in the last 3 general elections. But that number is probably very understated because the analysis I did was only done on general elections. It did not include state or presidential preference primaries. If it had, that number would have skyrocketed. I also informed that investigator that I've turned in formal complaints to our Secretary of State's office for votes cast in the 2020 and 2022 general elections, and I have another case pending that I'll be submitting for 2024. But those previous cases never made it to the state election board for adjudication because our Secretary of State routinely suppresses cases he doesn't like. In other words, he's become the proverbial fox guarding the henhouse. Here we can see why all those election laws make this conduct unlawful. We have voters casting ballots in election contests they no longer have any moral, ethical, or legal right to vote in. Over the years, I've worked in a number of cases where these kinds of issues have come up. Usually when voters take the stand and tell the truth, judges will rule that such votes were unlawful. But something very interesting happened earlier this year in a case involving House 128. There were dozens of issues in that case, but I want to tell you about 2 of them in particular. There was a husband and wife who lived in McDuffie and then moved to a new home in a different county outside that House district, well before the 30-day grace period expired. But both admitted they went back and voted in McDuffie. The judge in that case declared from the bench that residency in Georgia is a state of mind. He later made the point again when he ruled that the wife's vote was unlawful, but the husband's was not. The reason? The husband said he deliberately intended to vote again in McDuffie, even though he was outside of the 30-day grace period the law allows for that. I didn't agree with that ruling, but I do think I understand his point. Our residency laws and the complex web of case laws surrounding them do leave a lot of mud in the water. Personally, I was left with the distinct impression that the judge's ruling was meant to send a message, and I hope the committee will now receive that message and then work to clarify and tighten our residency laws. So now let's talk about a solution for these problems that has the potential to drastically cut down on the number of these violations and the number of voter challenges, and can do it in a way that doesn't violate the NVRA and should have broad appeal to both parties. We call it the Virginia Bill because the framework for it is borrowed from an existing law in the state of Virginia where they have been fine-tuning their statute for decades. Here in Georgia, when a voter updates their driver's license, that data flows into the Secretary of State's office and is then distributed to the counties to update their voter rolls accordingly. Since around 98% of voters have driver's licenses, this is a very useful process, and even the DOJ acknowledges that those updates are permissible under the NVRA. But when voters go for months or even years without updating their driver's licenses, that process obviously breaks down and cannot function properly. As you can see on slide 9, Georgia law requires us to update our driver's license within 60 days, but there is no monitoring for compliance and the law has no real teeth to it. Slide 10 shows us Virginia's version of that statute. It provides for their Department of Motor Vehicles to run NCOA on their driver's license data and then send cancellation notices to drivers who may have moved out of state. We could do the same while also sending requests to update in-state address changes as needed, which voters can now easily do online in a few minutes. Let's also remember here that there are a lot of other very good reasons to keep driver's license data clean. Those include the collection of ad valorem taxes, the use of proper actuarial tables for insurance purposes, and aiding law enforcement in finding people who may have been involved in criminal activity. Virginia's statute provides a great roadmap for all the states to follow, but I think Georgia can do even better and craft a version that gives both parties a lot to like. The Virginia bill would help prevent felony election law violations by working to prevent voters from ever losing their qualifications to vote in the first place. More than any other proposal I have ever seen, it would quite literally make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. This proposal became part of the Georgia Republican Party's legislative agenda for last session and was originally included in House Bill 397. So now that you all know about it, I hope the Blue Ribbon Study Committee will return to this proposal, address any issues or concerns, and then give it your full, ardent, and bipartisan support. Thank you again for allowing me to present this to you today, and please let me know if you have any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions from the committee? Representative Draper.
Hello, Mr. Davis. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. So what did you say your title was?
Excuse me?
Your title?
I'm the president of Data Productions.
And what is your experience with elections?
40 years of working with voter data.
On your own?
As a business, that's what my business does. We take in the voter data, we strip out a lot of the garbage, we enhance it, we append fields to it, we make it easier for campaigns to use, and then we do queries, micro-targeting, stuff like that. So.
Okay, so that's data for campaigns, but do you do data for elections offices?
I've helped assist elections offices. No, I don't have a formal relationship with elections offices.
Have you ever done election administration?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been a poll worker?
No.
Okay. Are you an election lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not. I serve as an expert witness in cases for lawyers, but no, I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. How many cases have you served as an expert witness in?
There have been 7, but then there have been a number of them that haven't gone to trial. Sometimes when I'm asked to look at a case and there's no there, I recommend to everybody that it not be pursued.
Did you say several or 7? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
7.
7?
Yes.
And were those all related to election residency issues?
Yes, I was admitted to serve as an expert witness specifically on voter data analytics and residency issues.
And how many of those went to trial?
6, we won one without a hearing. Only time that's ever happened in that case was for a Democrat named Ambrose King down in Tift County.
I remember that case. Okay, so felony, the title of your presentation is felony residency violations. You said at the start of your presentation that you're not here to send tens of thousands of Georgians to jail with felonies because of residency issues. But that is the name of your presentation, felony voter residency violations. And I want to focus in on what the Georgia law says. Because you've identified several statutes in your presentation, and specifically on page 6, you reference several statutes. But would you agree with me that the bulk of your presentation is about residency,
Yes,
the definition of residency?
yes.
Because you've stated you have one subpart of a statute here about residency, and it specifically talks about, you have one subpart here. But I would submit that the residency statute is anything but straightforward, simple. It's not simply about one piece of data that determines your residency. The residency statute has 15 different subparts, 15 different criteria that a judge or someone would have to assess in establishing residency should it go to the court. Moreover, I heard you say a lot about NCOA data in your presentation, but NCOA data is just one of many pieces of criteria that are used in the residency determination. Would you agree with me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So would you agree with me that somebody's NCOA status is not sufficient to establish residency?
Well, as I said in my presentation, in a criminal proceeding or in other contexts, those do require discrete inquiry. But the Georgia Supreme Court's own definition of systemic irregularities is issues that cannot be quantified in the same discrete manner as they would be under a discrete inquiry, which is what they call paradigm number 1. So I'm describing paradigm 1 and paradigm 2. So I agree with you completely that in adjudicating these issues, there needs to be discrete inquiry, and that takes in any number of factors. But the totality of this evidence and the corroborating evidence in a common sense way shows us that we need to be concerned about these issues. We have voters that are walking in who have told the post office they're moving elsewhere. They're going back to vote in their old county.
Let me
And then
bring
they're
you back.
coming in,
Let-
then
let-
they're
let me-
coming
let
in,
me-
just a
let me
minute.
get you back in.
Let me
get you
answer
back
your
in, 'cause
question.
I have a very specific question. You're going far beyond what I have asked.
No, I'm not. What I'm
When
saying is they're
Establish
coming back.
residency for a voter, a voter's residency, what precinct they're supposed to vote in.
Excuse me?
When we're trying to establish somebody's residency to
Mhm.
figure out what precinct they are supposed to vote in, right? Because this is done on the precinct level,
It's
right?
be based on their domicile, correct?
On their residence,
On their domicile.
on their residence.
The statute says domicile.
It's a residency requirement.
Yes.
It's residence. And there's many different criteria to establish residence. NCOA is but one criteria in that many piece of criteria to establish residence. So my question to you, do you agree that NCOA on its own is insufficient to establish residency for purposes of voter registration?
NCOA isn't used for voter registration. Voters fit the criteria
For
that's outlined.
residency.
Voters fit the criteria that's outlined in OCGA 21-2-216, 17, and 18. They register to vote. That establishes their residency. And we are required to vote in the county and municipality, and then in the precinct where we actually live, right?
Well, your entire presentation essentially says, look at all these NCOA records. These are people who are potentially not registered in the right location.
That's not my entire
That's
presentation.
the essence of your
If,
presentation.
now, if you were paying attention,
I was.
there's corroborating evidence here, and that is the fact that these voters are coming back by the thousands, and they are updating their registrations to the same address they told the post office they were moving to months or even years earlier. If that's not corroborating evidence, tell me what is it? It's their own updates.
NCOA information on its own is insufficient to establish residency
It's
For
not
voter
on its own when they
purposes.
come back and update their own records.
So we disagree on that. So it's your position that if there's somebody who has an NCOA notice, and it says that their NCOA notice, they're now living in Paulding County. That is sufficient on its own to say they shouldn't be voting in
I
DeKalb.
haven't said that. If they say that, if they come back after the election and finally update to the address that they moved to,
Mhm.
that I believe is probable cause to investigate. I'm not talking about convicting people here. I'm talking about trying to fix a problem. And we can't fix a problem that we refuse to admit that we have.
So people in my example who move from Paulding County back to DeKalb County after an election there's probable cause to investigate them?
If someone files a change of address and they tell the post office they're moving to a different county, and then they go back and vote months or years later in their old county, okay, that's probable cause to investigate that, especially if they come back after that election and update to the same address they said they were moving to when they filed their change of address. To me, this is just common sense. You and I may
Here's the
disagree
thing.
on this.
Here's the
That's okay.
thing, there's lots of legitimate reasons why somebody might file an NCOA
Sure.
form, right?
I said that in-
You said that. There's people in the military. There's people who are students, right? There's people who have caretaking responsibilities that might want to move to their mom's house to take care of her, and they know they're going to be back and that's not their residence, but they need to go there. There's people with transient jobs. There's people who have children with a sickness that they might need to go to a hospital or a facility,
Plenty of examples.
right? Lots of good reasons, right?
Good reason.
And you might want to get your mail somewhere else.
That's
And
right.
what you're essentially saying is because these people are getting their mail somewhere else, that we should raise the suspicion and this is probable cause and now we should investigate them.
No, ma'am.
And
that's-
that
that-
strikes me as
That's not what I'm
anti-democratic.
suggesting. That's not what I'm suggesting.
what you're saying.
These folks are filing permanent changes of address, not temporary. The post office doesn't even give us data. When I run NCOA on a database, they don't even give us the data for temporary changes of address. These are all being filed as permanent changes of address.
And I would bring you back to the residency requirements because again, NCOA information is but one criteria to establish residency. You can file an NCOA and still be a resident somewhere where your NCOA doesn't say you are. Again, because there's lots of legitimate reasons. So that is but one piece of criteria. I'm going to leave it here because I hear that you don't want to hear me. But using NCOA as the only criteria for determining whether someone should be investigated is scary business, sir.
NCOA is just a piece of evidence, and it strongly points to a need to look at these issues. I'm not talking about prosecuting people. I've been clear about that. I'm talking about a policy that helps voters to not become unqualified voters. In 2020, there was 110,000 folks who under Georgia law lost their ability to vote in their old county because they were no longer a resident there and they were unregistered in their new county. I would think a Democrat would really want to fix that problem. And I spoke with you about this a year ago. I gave you most of this information then, along with my business card, and invited you to contact me to go through these issues. I was hoping for your support here. I still am. I think this is a bill that Democrats should love.
You brought up the HD 91, what was it? The Wheeler v. Jackson case? Right, was that what you were
House
talking about in
District
McDuffie
128.
County?
It was the House District 128 case.
Is that the McDuffie case that you were referring to during your presentation?
The case about the two movers?
Yes.
Yes, that was House District 128.
Okay, so in those cases, in your estimation, did those movers do something wrong by voting in a different precinct?
It wasn't a different precinct. It was a different jurisdiction.
What do you mean by jurisdiction?
Well, in our case, that's a county or a municipality. These voters,
In whose case?
Admitted
I'm
in
sorry,
court.
in whose case?
excuse me?
Whose case? What are you talking about?
In-
Jurisdiction, what does that mean?
Well, in Louisiana, a jurisdiction might be a parish, but here in Georgia, our
Precinct.
jurisdictions are a county or a municipality. So they had admitted that they had picked up stakes and moved from the county where they were registered to a whole different county. And then they came back and voted in their old county. When they
Mhm.
did so, they voted in the wrong House district, one they don't live in any longer. Now, the law allows for a 30-day grace period. That's 21-2-218E. They were well outside that 30-day grace period. So they had no business going back and voting there. The wife basically said, yeah, I did it. The husband said, yeah, I did it. but I wanted to still be able to vote in McDuffie. That 30-day grace period had passed him by. So he no longer had the legal ability to do that. The judge ruled that he could, and he ruled that the wife couldn't. And I think he was trying to make a point, and I think it's the same point I'm trying to make here, is that our residency laws are too murky. There's too much mud in the water. It's too easy to, throw red herrings into the mix here. The context I'm talking about these issues today isn't trying to prosecute anybody or adjudicate a residency issue in particular. It is to call attention to the need for public policy change on this issue, because we just have too many of these going on. And
What you view as too murky, I view as a subjective process that has to give room to the realities of daily living. People are going to move. People are going to have reasons to move.
Yeah.
In the McDuffie case, you're talking about the house and the husband and the wife. It looks like they admitted on the stand that they had actually moved and voted in the wrong location. And so that's a little bit different than what we're talking about here, because again, there's lots of legitimate reasons why somebody might be on the NCOA list. But in that case, did they do something wrong? Did they commit a felony?
in my view, well, I'm going to stop short of accusing anybody of committing a felony, but I will say that there's ample evidence here that there are felony violations of lying on a voter certificate about where you live. That's a felony. Casting a vote as an unqualified elector, that's a felony. If there's a federal race on that ballot, then that's a felony. So the evidence shows and the statutes show that these are issues that we ought to be concerned about. If you're not, you're not. I am.
How much were you paid to testify on that case?
Nothing.
You were not paid to testify on that case.
I do these cases because I'm an election integrity advocate. My primary motivation is election integrity issues. And your interaction with me today shows why it's easier to prove those in a courtroom than it is in the court of public opinion.
Well, sure, but we can't take every case to court. Or is that
No.
what you're wanting to do?
That's my point too. I call them systemic irregularities because they can't be quantified in a discrete manner.
I'm surprised to hear you weren't paid in that case, because, you know, the plaintiff's counsel in that case was telling the witnesses that they hadn't done anything wrong and they could testify. So that seems to be very antithetical to your view on all of this.
I don't recall him accusing a single voter of a crime, and I didn't either.
The opposite. He said it was okay. What they had done was okay. But let's talk about your proposed solution. Because to me, the Virginia legislation is interesting, but not really that relevant to what we have here in Georgia, because your license, your driver's license, the address on your driver's license, you know, is not determinative of your voter location or your residency. It's not. Those are separate things. Maybe that's different in Virginia. That's certainly not the case here. But to me, the answer is very obvious. If you want to address the kinds of issues that you're talking about, the answer is same-day voter registration. If somebody moves and they go to their polling place and have the opportunity to update their registration, that avoids all of these concerns you have about people lying under oath and lying on their voter certificate. And to me, if you're serious about avoiding all of those, the obvious answer is same-day voter registration.
Well, if that's a question, I'll answer it.
What's your view?
You may be surprised, but I'd be fine with same-day voter registration as long as we have the infrastructure in place to do it and do it properly. We don't have that today, but the technology does exist. And if this state made up its mind to get there, we could get there. Right now, we can't get there. And so we have to give voter registration
Stops us
30
from getting there
days.
now. We do have the technology. What stops us from getting there now today?
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. We have the technology, but we don't have the infrastructure. We have to actually implement that technology to be able to do that. I absolutely believe that it could be done and done right. I've long suggested that we should put every single voter's census block on their record. We could establish, we could do redistricting and reapportionment in an afternoon if we did that, because our districts are based on census blocks. And as long as we can properly geolocate the addresses for these voters, there's no reason that we couldn't have same-day registration. I agree with you that would solve the problem, and I agree that the technology exists, but the infrastructure does not. And as long as we don't have the infrastructure, we need to give voter registration the time to properly district these people and properly get them registered and get them on the qualified list of electors and all of that kind of stuff. And that just takes time.
Thank you.
Chairman Anderson.
I will be very quick. Just a couple of things. First of all, I just want to ask is it not true that the court case you were referring to and you were relating to the change of residency is actually a conflict? The reason the judge ruled the way that they did and split that ruling in favor of the, allowing the husband's vote and saying the wife's vote was illegal was a conflict between sections 6, which you've referenced in your paperwork here, and section 2. Section 2 goes to the intent of the person who has moved, that they had, in their opinion, had moved temporarily with the intent of moving back to that previous location, whether they resided there now or not. So I guess my question, is it not true that that particular case and the ruling you're referring to and that we've had this discussion over is indeed a lack of clarification in state law that we should look at addressing?
Well, I think there's a number of factors that come into play with all the mud in the water, and some of it is case law. I'll give you an example. If, let's just say we have a voter or even an elected official and their house burns down, okay? And they have to move into another house, and maybe that other house is in the next county over, okay? We wouldn't want to say that they've lost their residency because they intend to go back to their home as soon as they can get it rebuilt, okay? But there's a fine line between that and folks that have sold their house. There's somebody else living there. They've gone and moved to a new county and taken up a new residence, and that's where they're telling everybody they live. But then they go back months or even years later and vote in their old county. There was one guy in Gasaway number 1 that I found who had moved to North Carolina 5 years earlier, and for 5 years had kept driving back to Georgia to vote. And he had sold his house 5 years ago. So there's a fine line there. We don't want to, we want to allow for temporary moves. Those absolutely happen, as we've just discussed. But at the same time, we need to somehow tighten our residency laws so that we don't have people going back and voting where they have no business in voting. And again, the only way that they can do that is by signing a voter certificate that says, I still live at this house. And some will do that after selling that house, and somebody else lives there now. So we've got a fine line to walk, and how we get there is going to require some input, I think, from legislative council and everybody else. My whole point here is I would rather send out notifications to these voters and say, hey, if you need to update your registration, please do. And then here's the link, make it easy for them and bring it to their attention. And then they can go online and they can do the updates. It'll drastically reduce the number of violations and also drastically drop the number of voter challenges. So for what it's worth, I hope the committee will give it strong consideration. I think it would be a great benefit to residency and election integrity here in Georgia.
Okay, just one last comment related to the last exchange that you had here related to same-day registration. The only way I see that being viable and legitimate is if we had a system set up not just within the state of Georgia. It's going to have to be a national-based system similar to what we have with instant background checks for firearm purchases and that sort of thing. Just the data within the state of Georgia is not sufficient for us to be able to validate same-day registration.
I would dearly love to see a national clearinghouse where all the states were members, and this information is shared between the states on a far more frequent basis. When it comes to ERIC, I'm in the 3R camp, reform, regulate, or replace. The members have done some reform from within their own ranks, and that's a good thing. And then there's the possibility of congressional regulation, up to and including possibly requiring all the member states, all the states to be members. And then the third would be a replacement option. The federal government could create a new entity that could also handle encrypted data and do these functions, maybe even on a more frequent basis. And then maybe we could get to a point for same-day registration. I agree that would solve these issues here, but we're just not there.
Thank you.
All right, last question will be Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, just a point of personal privilege. I think in the exchange with Representative Draper, she had said that there was a plausible situation where somebody could move from DeKalb County to Paulding County and back to DeKalb. And I would just have to say that if you move to Paulding County, buy you a couple, 3 acres, get you some backyard chickens, maybe a goat or two, there is no way you're going to move back to DeKalb County. I can just tell you that right now. You will never leave that slice of heaven in Paulding County, Georgia. And that's what I have to say for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Monahan. All right, on that note, thank you, Mr. Davis. We appreciate you being here today for your presentation. Committee, we are going to break for lunch.
Thank you.
We will reconvene at 1:30. 1:30. Thank you. All right, everybody, if you start making it to your seats, we're gonna start in about 2 minutes. All right, we're gonna get started back here. Hope everybody had a nice little break. We're gonna move on into presentations on security implications and Georgia's current and future voting systems. Our first speaker is joining us by Zoom, and it's Mr. Matt Bernhard, Security and Audits Director for Enhanced Voting. Dr. Bernhard, thank you for joining us. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Hold on 1 minute, we can't hear you.
Okay. I will keep talking and hopefully.
Hold on, Dr. Bernhard.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hold on 1 minute.
Try again.
All right, try now.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
That's good. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I apologize that I could not be there in person. I unfortunately had another commitment. So I'm hope you don't mind my blurry hotel background here, but my name is Matt Bernhard. As mentioned, I'm the Senior Director for Security and Auditing at Enhanced Voting. And I'm here to talk to you today about auditing and security in Georgia. A little bit about my background. I got my PhD in computer science from the University of Michigan back in 2020. My dissertation advisor was Alex Halderman. I wrote my dissertation on election security more broadly. I'm going to run through a couple of citations of papers I wrote in grad school, just to give you a sense of, how long I've been thinking about this stuff and so on. The first one here is this public evidence from secret ballots paper, which is a kind of an overview of election security from a computer science point of view. We talked about concepts like software independence, end-to-end verifiability, and risk limiting audits. Then I went on to write a paper with Phil Stark and co. About a modification to a kind of risk limiting audit that, as it turned out, wasn't actually all that practical. But that's academic research for you, I guess. But we did learn an awful lot from this process and from working with election officials to understand the constraints around when they can and can't do RLAs and that kind of thing. I then wrote a paper called Unclear Ballot. I'll talk a lot more about this one at the end. But basically, the thrust of the paper is you really need to look at your physical paper ballots when you are performing any kind of election audit, because otherwise, if you're concerned about software errors or other manipulation in software, you can't just rely on software. You actually have to go look at physical evidence that is harder for an attacker to control. And then I wrote this paper about ballot marking device security. We had a research setup where we set up a polling place. We had voters come in and vote on a ballot marking device. And we did a whole bunch of things to them to see how it would affect if they could, if we flipped a vote on the BMD, if they would notice. The punchline is if you don't do anything, if you don't tell the voters, you don't interact with the voter in any way to make them think about what they're doing, they don't tend to verify or to read their paper ballots for a ballot marking device. However, we did find several strategies that seem to substantially improve voter verification rates of BMDs, which is to say, if we flipped a vote on their ballot, they would notice at a higher rate. And then lastly, the last paper I wrote so far is this systematization of knowledge paper. That's just a fancy way of saying a survey. I was really unsatisfied with a lot of the existing RLA literature from a practitioner's point of view. You go and read some of the papers that are out there, and there's tons of math, but there's not a lot of detail about how an RLA actually works on the ground. And so that's kind of what this paper digs into, as well as, to be a jumping off point for folks who are trying to educate themselves about what RLAs are and how they work. After I graduated from grad school, I joined Voting Works. I had already started working for them as a contractor back in 2019, building RLA software, and then joined full-time after I graduated and worked there for 3 years. And then, of course, now I'm here at Enhanced Voting. I do want to pause here and just say that any opinions or views expressed in this discussion or in the follow-on Q&A are my own. They're not my employer's. That doesn't mean that my employer disagrees with me, but it also doesn't mean they agree with me either. So take that with a grain of salt. So I want to talk about auditing Georgia elections. Georgia adopted an RLA procedure back in 2020. As I'm sure y'all are probably tired of hearing by now, RLAs are a hand count of a statistical random sample of ballots. The goal of an RLA is to count as few ballots by hand as possible to give you confidence that the election outcome produced by the voting system was correct. The reason you want few ballots hand counted as possible is people are counting by hand is difficult. Humans are error prone and they make mistakes. So by minimizing that, but still actually looking at the physical evidence, we can, hopefully make stronger claims about the election outcome that a voting system produces. The other major piece of RLA, important property of an RLA, is that it provides evidence of the outcome, not necessarily things like the vote count, right? So if candidate A gets 2.5 million votes and candidate B gets 2.49 million votes, an RLA may say candidate A won, but they're not going to say, yes, candidate A got 2.5 million votes, for example. I want to say that the randomness in the RLA is really where the magic lies in terms of helping election officials understand their voting system as a whole, not just their Dominion machines or their EMS system, but also how their poll workers behave, how their counties are acting if you're at a state level, how your precinct captains go through your election night procedures, all that stuff. Because RLAs are doing a random sample, tends to make it surfaces problems a lot more efficiently than you otherwise would, right? Historically, election officials, may have biases about where the problem spots are in the state or in the county, and so they may spend more time paying attention to those places than to other places. And of course, if a mistake happens in the good place, so to speak, then they wouldn't catch it necessarily. So an RLA, this random sampling process really helps break down those barriers. Georgia's not alone in doing RLAs. There are many others: Colorado, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Texas, Virginia, and Washington. Several other states, including California, Oregon, I believe Missouri, and Ohio, have also all dabbled in RLAs. They haven't adopted them full time, but those states on the slide have. When Georgia decided to move forward with an RLA process in 2020, they partnered with Voting Works to use Arlo, which is open source risk limiting audit software. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can go to github.com/votingworks/Arlo and see the code right there. I've also highlighted my GitHub account down there just to prove that I did actually work on Arlo. I'm not just making it up. The 2020 presidential election was going to be the first, statewide risk limiting audit that Georgia had ever conducted. The contest, as I'm sure everybody remembers, had a razor thin margin. For an RLA, that tends to mean that you have to look at a lot of ballots. And so in this particular case, if you wanted to do an RLA, you had to hand count every single ballot in the state of Georgia. That totaled over 5 million ballots across over 41,000 batches, all counted by all 159 counties over the course of 5 days. With not a lot of time for training and to bring the counties up to speed, also in the middle of a global pandemic. So there was a lot of stuff flying around back in 2020. But we at Voting Works at the time, kind of parachuted in a team. I myself was not on the ground in 2020, unfortunately, due to health concerns. But we had, I think, probably 20 or 30 folks from Voting Works as well as from other elections organizations who had come out basically to help because, getting 159 counties to do anything in a short period of time like this, especially in a contentious election and especially in a pandemic, was a massive, massive undertaking. And just to give you a sense of, or to recall, I guess, what it looked like, this is a photo taken from Gwinnett County. Pretty much every county in Georgia is going to look similar to this. And there's nothing special about the 2020 election as far as RLAs are concerned. Pretty much every RLA that I've ever been to across, 10 or so states looks just like this. Maybe there are fewer people in the room, maybe they're not wearing masks, but those are the big differences. And, the way the process works, because this was a full recount, and Georgia has now done batch processes, a batch audit moving forward. It's the same process as depicted here. The way it works is the poll workers or the auditors will pull the ballots out of their containers, which are the black boxes you see there. They'll sort and stack. So they will go through each ballot and determine if it's a vote for Trump, Biden, or Jorgensen, or if it's a write-in, or if we can't figure out what it is. And they'll sort those into piles. You can see on the table here, there's a purple sheet for Jorgensen and a yellow and a green sheet for write-in or undetermined. I believe there's also that pink sheet there is probably for Joe Biden, and the orange one in the back there is for Trump. So they sort the ballots into the piles, and then once they've sorted the ballots, they'll go through in stacks of 10 to 25 at a time and hand count. And they do it in teams of 2. Observers are in the room. I believe some of the folks who are standing up in this picture were observers. The goal is for it to be a transparent process wherever possible, and to provide as much assurance as possible that the counting is accurate. And like I said, this is a picture from 2020, but subsequent audits in the state of Georgia, as well as everywhere that I have been, look pretty much identical to this picture. The only other thing I'll note here is the table right in front of us here appears to be counting absentee ballots. And I believe the one behind them is looking at BMD ballots. It's a process that works for both. Yeah. And so what are they doing? So they're sorting and stacking. Once they've stacked the ballots, they count each stack to get a total for the candidates in the batch. And so you'll see this is a batch summary sheet where the audit board will record basically what they counted to. They'll sign off on it. This is the signatures here are redacted, I think, for the safety of the audit participants. But once they've done that, there's this paper record, and then they go and they enter it into the software, and the software crunches some numbers on the back end. In the 2020 case, it wasn't actually crunching numbers. It was adding all the totals together to make sure that, to provide a final number that you could compare and say, did Joe Biden or Donald Trump win the election? But in a normal RLA that's not a full hand tally, there would be some statistics that run in the background to do the risk limiting part of the risk limiting audit. The upshot of the 2020 election, there was a less than 0.1% change in the margin, which is some changes to be expected, as I mentioned. Humans are bad at counting. Here's a study about that if you're interested. And so some change was expected. People make mistakes. People probably made more mistakes than 0.01%. It's just that they because they were random errors, they canceled out. And so they weren't necessarily going to be reflected in the change in the margin. But there is a ton of data that was generated. Those batch recap sheets that I showed you and the output from Arlo all capture all the changes that could have happened and that kind of thing. And the upshot, of course, in 2020 was that it confirmed the outcome of the election. The audit did. There was also a machine recount that was conducted at the same time that came to the same conclusion. And you don't have to take my word for this. The Carter Center had a observation mission on the ground in 2020, and their findings. They were in 25 counties back then. They observed about 60% of the ballots being audited. They tended to be in higher population places, but not exclusively. And in general, they said the audit confirmed the original outcome and was run, as reasonably, correctly as it could have been under the circumstances. The Carter Center has also gone on to do observations in Georgia of the audit. They have looked at the 2022 and the 2024 RLAs after the general election. Unfortunately, I believe they've lost funding, so they won't be doing this anymore. But they have reports that you can go read if you're interested in someone else's perspective on audits in Georgia. The other kind of audit that I want to talk about is the one that Georgia just conducted this past November. In addition to the risk limiting audit, risk limiting audits are great because they look at the physical pieces of paper. The major challenge with an RLA is, historically at least, there haven't been statistical methods that allow us to look at more than a few contests. And so if you're explaining to a voter, well, I'm in, Forsyth County, and we looked at, 200 batches of ballots and for the presidential contest and maybe one other contest on the ballot, as Georgia law now requires, that voter may say, but I don't care about those. I care about the, soil and water district contest. What do you have to tell me about that if you didn't look at it? Which, again, the hope is that if someone didn't tamper in some of the other contests and we did this big process, that it's fairly likely that they, wouldn't have had success with one of the other contests on the ballot that wasn't audited, but that's not a given. So Georgia also adopted a ballot image audit in 2024. The audit in 24 looked at over 6,000 ballot styles across 5.2 million ballots. And I'll talk to you a little bit about how it worked. So the vast majority of ballots in Georgia obviously are BMD produced. They look like this one in Habersham County. There's a QR code and then there's some text. The QR code is what the voting system reads, but obviously humans can't read QR codes. So that, an audit should want to look at verifying that the QR code and the human readable text on the ballot actually match. So at Enhanced Voting, this is what we did. This is how we built the software to do the image audit. The first thing we did was we said, we're not going to look at the QR code. So you can treat it as a black box for the rest of, for all intents and purposes, we didn't look at it at all. And then what we did was we ran optical character recognition on the ballot. This is some debug output from the software to show you, kind of how the computer is seeing the ballot. It's a little hard to see probably, but there are, it basically tags all the little text elements on the field. So up here at the top where it says official ballot, that's one piece of text that it's pulled off. Where it says Habersham County, that's the second one, and so on and so forth. And so for each contest, it's going to extract the name of the contest and the vote that's on the ballot. These colored lines here are sort of guide rails that the software used to detect where the line was and what kind of letters were on the line. You'll see this particular font. There's a sort of a lower maximum height for letters and an upper. And so that's one of the ways that we use to anchor and figure out what the text was. We basically then ran some code to convert this image into digital text that we could actually use to figure out what the vote actually was on the ballot. So here we're converting it just to, more easily readable text. And then once we've done that across all the ballots in the state, we compile it all into, we tabulate, we call them audit CVRs. So we tabulate all of the OCR read components of each ballot. We did this for every contest on the ballot. So you'll see this is kind of what it looked like for a county administrator. On the left-hand side is the original count. That is what the voting system reported. So you can think of this as what the QR code said. And on the right-hand side is what the OCR audit found. And so you can think of this as what the human readable text on the ballot said. And you'll see in this particular example, they all matched out perfectly. We had a couple of funny cases with things like write-ins or adjudication assignments. Most of the issues we identified were in the hand-marked ballots, but there was at least one case of a ballot marking device ballot that the clerk had just assigned. It was a write-in vote that the clerk just assigned to the wrong person, if I recall correctly. Again, this is what the counties are actually looking at, and just to show you, like, we've identified, this is a statewide referendum for question A on the left-hand side here. That's the actual image and the human readable text. And then on the right-hand side, this is what the software has interpreted from that ballot. It has interpreted that, yes, on this spot of this image, there is a statewide referendum question A vote, and that vote was for yes. And so people can go in and go ballot by ballot if they want to, or if there was an issue, if the OCR wasn't confident, let's say somebody, a ballot had a smudge on it, as you can see This image, the ballot, the scanner most likely had dirt or a failing sensor, and so that's what led to those black streaks that you see. That might cause the OCR to struggle to recognize some of these characters. I mean, it kind of makes me struggle to recognize some of the characters, so I kind of understand. But yeah, in total, I believe the net was we found 87 discrepancies. As I mentioned, they were all due to adjudication differences, not necessarily mistakes. Some counties had their election night adjudication board and the audit adjudication board were different people and just made different decisions or, followed different voter intent guidelines, I think. But again, 86 of those were hand marked, and then there was the one BMD. And we identified 0 instances where the votes recorded in the QR code did not match the human readable text on the ballot. So that's sort of my high level overview of auditing. I just wanted to also touch on, election security more broadly. Is complex, right? There's a lot of moving parts, and security in general is more about defense in depth than it is about having one silver bullet solution to protect you from all possible outcomes. We like to think about it as the Swiss cheese model. You might have a hole in one place, but hopefully there's a layer behind it that doesn't in that same place. And so if someone's trying to get in, it's a lot harder for them to get all the way through. And audits are a small part of that, a small but important part of that overall security system. But they are only one part, right? I know the state does physical and cybersecurity testing. I have spoken with Jonathan Reich, I believe, multiple times about tests he was running against our systems at enhanced voting. I know the state has business continuity and disaster recovery planning, which during the hurricane last year especially came into play. Active and passive systems monitoring, threat modeling. There's all manner of other practices and tooling that is in place to kind of monitor and keep an eye on the election systems in Georgia. So I'd be happy to talk more about that if you all are interested. Also happy to take any questions about auditing or anything else. Thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Bernard. Committee members, any questions? Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Bernard, thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions about the process or the procedure that the scan audit conducted. It's my understanding that you received the scanned images from the precincts. They were uploaded directly to enhanced voting. Is that kind of go through that procedure, I guess, a little bit for us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the on election night when the memory cards are coming in from the polling places that have been closed down, or if it's early voting or whatever, the clerk in each county will import the cards into the election management system that's in their office. It's an air gap system. And then from there, for the audit, what they would do is they would run a report on that EMS system to like a single-use flash drive and export the ballot images from the EMS onto that flash drive. That flash drive would then get taken to another internet-connected computer and then uploaded from there.
Okay. Are those images always usable? Were you able to use every ballot image that was uploaded that night?
Well, they weren't all uploaded on election night. This was a few days afterwards, but we had 2 instances where the image files themselves were corrupted. And we believe that's just because the memory card from the ImageCast scanner, the cells were dead or something like that, which, doing some back of the envelope math is actually not that surprising. Flash memory is not as robust a technology as we would like it to be. And so to only have one failure like that across the whole state is honestly kind of impressive. But yeah, so there were 2 ballot images that we couldn't process as far as I know.
Okay, so were those ballot images just not considered, or were there any rescans that had to be done? And if so, how does that work?
I don't recall I think there were a couple of counties that had to go either collect some data again or something, but I don't recall fully what the circumstances of that were.
Okay, and what kind of data would have to be recollected?
I'm just.
Yeah,
just
well,
curious.
we had, one of the major issues we had was the way the Dominion software, the EMS is configured, is if you have LNA data, for example, still on the device, and you go to export all the images, they just, I don't think, image audits are a fairly new technology, and so I don't think Dominion has really encountered this use case that often. They'll just grab all the images for all the things that are currently loaded into the EMS, and so we would get LNA images or something that they weren't actually for the election, right? They were run ahead of time, and we could easily figure that out on our end and carve them out. I want to say there were a couple of times where like an LNA image got mixed in with with the rest of the election day ballots or the early voting ballots. And in that case, I think we had to have a county or two go back and either rescan just the election day ballots or remove that image, if I recall correctly. I don't remember exactly the details though.
Okay. And I'm assuming all this is done in coordination, not just with the counties, but also with the Secretary of State's office to ensure that all, I'm
Yeah.
just questioning about the situation where there may have to be rescans for whatever reason. Maybe there's corrupted data or incorrect or additional data on there, a lot from the LNA audit. Are these done in a manner to comply with other state laws? And this may be a question outside of your purview, but just curious to make sure that proper observations were made, proper allowances and accessibility for observers.
Yes, sir. That's above my pay grade. We did, we worked with the state. In general, if a county had a question we, needed advice on, we would work with their state liaisons. But yeah, I'm not a lawyer, unfortunately.
All right, and last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. About how much time did it take to conduct this? We're calling it an audit, but it's really a verification count to do that. As you may be aware, our Secretary of State's office has suggested this as a possible option for us to consider to comply with our current statutory requirements next year. And I'm just curious, what if this were even to be considered as a process to provide the actual certified vote count for our state. What's your opinion on that, and what kind of time frame would it take to ensure that could be done post-election to comply with federal and state statutes as far as timing we have to consider?
Yeah, so in 2024, I believe it took us 8 days with a weekend. There was a holiday weekend right after the election, which I think there normally is. But the challenge, and I would say that's probably at the upper end of how long I would expect it to take. One of the challenges we had was county training was impacted by the hurricane in October. And so about a third of the counties, I don't think, had the resources to get in and read documentation and try to go through the process with their LNA data ahead of time before the election. And so I think that caused some pretty significant slowdowns. I would bet that the state could probably get it done, within 5 days or so post-election, depending on the other, whatever other post-election processes they're going through.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Representative Draper.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I understand that you worked with Professor Halderman when he was assessing the security of Georgia's BMDs and scanners. So if you could just speak very generally, no specifics, but generally about the security measures that may have been in place, both to prevent security vulnerabilities from being exploited and to identify if there has been a security breach.
Yeah, so I was not working with Alex at the time that he did his analysis. I had since graduated, so unfortunately I don't have a ton of detail to give you there. I worked with him on other voting system pen test analysis, that kind of thing. And I will say, in general, I think there tends to be a lack of context in a lot of the way the findings get presented. I'm thinking about the DVS order attack, for example. maybe it's feasible, but the actual nitty-gritty details of the attack, to me, don't seem like they're going to be that attractive to an attacker, right? It's a lot easier for a malicious actor to spin up 500 Twitter accounts and spread misinformation than it is to actually break into any computer system, even if it is one that is, speciously vulnerable. But I don't know. That's probably, and to be clear, I'm not necessarily saying that the Dominion system is, but
Any other members? If not, see no other questions. Thank you, Dr. Bernard, for your time and your presentation today.
all right, thank you all.
Appreciate you. All right, next on the agenda is Mr. Garland Favorito, co-founder of Voters Organized for Trusted Election Results in Georgia, Voter GA. Mr. Favorito.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here, and I'm going to zip right into this because every second I have with you is precious. I have cut my presentation down. The presentation that you did have is not valid, so I got to cut it down since I only have 15 minutes instead of 20, which is what I was told originally. So I wanted to talk about the past, present, and future. Historically, my topic was current and future security issues, and I'm going to cut out the past, and we're just going to talk about the present and the future for the most part. So just a couple things about us. Voter GA was was established in 2006. We have over 20,000 supporters and followers. We are a nonpartisan organization. I have 45 years of IT and 25 years in election integrity advocacy. The thing that I think might be interesting to you is that I specialize in systems development lifecycle methods, where we told other large companies how to develop large-scale mission-critical applications, and that would be the whole gamut from programming, systems analysis, data administration, auditing, and testing, and so on. And I have 13 years of cyber protection experience for financial transactions for over 1.5 million customers, as well as their identities and accounts. I testified as an expert witness nationally and in Georgia on several cases. Right, something wrong, Justin. You hit the slideshow again? Okay, thanks. Nope, it's I'm sorry, let's do that one more time. I get it wrong. That's my fault. I hit the wrong button, my bad. What I want to tell you today is Georgia specifics is only specific to Georgia. It's all going to be based on expert witness testimony, court documents, and forensic analyses and state studies. No artificial intelligence, no theories or other opinions. So I want to hit the question first. I'll follow up with the $64,000 question. Why don't voters trust the system? We're here because voters don't trust the system. I think you all know that. You've heard it from your constituents. And the simple fact is that we conduct secretly counted elections on secret proprietary software and secretly preserve the ballots. The elections officials simply certify what the machines tell them. There's never been a forensic analysis of any server in Georgia. And we've spent 4 years trying to get the ballots here in Fulton County just to make sure that the results are correct. And now we've learned today that we also have secretly stored PII, secretly given to a partisan group. This is just not, if I could ask you to do one thing, is end the secrecy of Georgia elections. That is the bottom line right at the top of the presentation. So how do we do that? One of my peers in Tennessee always tells me it's very simple, Garland. You just authenticate the ballots, the voters, and the counts. Y'all have done a good job on authenticating the ballots. You've got security paper now, but there's still ways to go. We're going to talk about a little bit more about that. And you need some numerical control to prevent duplication. And also, we probably need to go to hand mark. In terms of voters, I would urge you also, I'm grateful for Mark Davis's presentation today. I'd also urge you to talk to Dr. Rick Richards. He has the most secure and widely used system for cleaning voter rolls. But we're going to focus in on the counts today. And before we do that, I just want to thank y'all, and I want to recognize that you have made 24 legislative improvements since 2020. And I've worked with a lot of y'all on these, and I just want to say thank you for that. I'd love to go through there, but we don't have time. But we are recognized, at least by my peers around the country, as having the best improvement since 2020 in legislation. And I know y'all suffered through a lot of false attacks and voter suppression and all that, but we are grateful for you. One of the key things I want to mention to you is that, you know, a statewide system sounds good for control, but that means that you're limited to a single point of attack vulnerability. Only 3 states deploy a common statewide system. I think South Carolina and Louisiana are the other 2. And the problem with this is if you compromise the election preparation server in the Secretary of State's office, you can deliver malware through the county servers for every election and down to all of the precinct tabulators and absentee ballot scanners. The counties have no mechanism to detect that malware that's received from the states. I want to move to the expert witness testimony in the DeKalb GOP case that just came out in 2024. We have found out now that the system that we're using, Democracy Suite 5.5, was never legitimately certified by the EAC. And that's because it requires encryption keys to be stored in an encryption module. The requirements require that to be stored in an encryption module. Dominion stores their encryption keys in clear, plain text, which violates the 2005 certification guidelines under which it was allegedly certified in 2019. That means anybody can easily decrypt and change the results. In addition, the system is not certified to be safe for use as required by the state laws. So that's the system right now is illegitimately certified, and that's not me talking. That is expert witness testimony from the case that I mentioned earlier that just came out last year. There are many problems with the unsecure password design. One of the admin accounts is hard-coded. The password is publicly known. You can even buy it on a T-shirt. The passwords are not irreversibly hashed, and they are generic, so they can't be traced to an individual who's updating a transaction. Most importantly, though, what came out in this case is that the Dominion Democracy Suite systems are set up to communicate with each other via a common shared value in an X.509 certificate. So there's nothing wrong with using the certificate, but every state and every implementation should have its own unique shared value, just like you would have your own unique password. So these systems are set up now, and not just one component, but all the components based on the expert witness testimony are set up to be configured to be accessed literally by anyone. That means that you can get in once you decrypt and then change the results. And this was demonstrated by Clay Parikh in court on hacking an authenticated copy of a Georgia County server, unrefuted by the defense, and he manipulated the results in 3 minutes with 6 lines of code. That is not DEF CON, that is actual court case in court with an authenticated copy of the county server that was not refuted. The other thing that is important to know is that the Georgia County servers and others are, we now know, are maintained at part or all by Serbian programmers. They were accessed in the 2020 election and in the 2021 U.S. Senate race. Not saying that was nefarious. They appeared to be correcting problems in counties, ballot rejection problems. But we've been told that these systems are not connected to the internet. They're not wired in any way or have remote connectivity. That's just simply not true. We know this from discovery emails. and depositions in various court cases. Most importantly, in a forensic evaluation of one of the Georgia County servers, an expert witness named Ben Cotton, whose resume is a mile long, conducted a forensic study on one of these authenticated copies of a Georgia County 2020 server. It showed internet connectivity. Not only that, the study found that there were over 3,000 server program files that were modified after its installation in 2020 that would automatically decertify the system. In addition, the server had a compiler on it. And we now have learned that most all these systems have compilers. The compiler allows a bad actor to issue instructions to that computer and then spread malware down to all the components undetected. There's no reason for a compiler to be on any voting system in the state of Georgia or anywhere else in America, but that's what is happening right now. And again, all based on expert witness testimony. That raises the question, who's responsible for cybersecurity in the state Secretary of State? We asked that question to these three individuals under oath. Mr. Sterling said it was Michael Barnes. We got Mr. Barnes on the stand. He said it was the former Chief Technology Officer, Merritt Beaver. And he said, no, it's actually under Gabe Sterling. Bottom line is there is no one responsible for cybersecurity. Therefore, we don't need to be having anything that can be remotely accessed. I want to leave you with a copy. I'm going to submit this for the record. Here's an actual ballot where the human readable text did not match the vote that was actually accumulated and counted. This is the famous District 2 Commission race in DeKalb County. And this was discovered by a candidate because she got 0 votes in the precinct where she and her husband lived and voted, and her family. 0 votes. So this proves that logic and accuracy testing does not work, which is what the experts have been telling us for many years, as we have too. You also need to be aware that a QR code error was found in 65 of 67 Georgia counties, and that was the state election board complaint. That error caused the state of Tennessee to decommission the same system, Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system, as we have here. The election board, I submitted 2 rules that were unchallenged and passed by the state election board to detect the error by reconciling tabulator tapes with ballots, total ballots cast on the recap sheets. That rule was never delivered to the counties to make sure that reconciliation happened in 2024. Despite 3 letters I wrote to the state election board chair. So let's start talking about solutions. First of all, you've heard that logic and accuracy testing is a solution. I just proved to you, I think, that it's not. But that is consistent with what Dr. Stark told you last time, as well as Dr. Haldeman in his security analysis. No practical method of pre-election or parallel testing can prevent malware-based fraud. The reason is the system can be programmed to count differently during testing versus an election, and or after a certain number of ballots are cast, and very few ballots are actually tested here in Georgia and most locations. We've talked about risk limiting audit. Dr. Stark has explained well, and that risk limiting audit does not apply to BMDs. Ballot marking device does not have original source of voter intent, and he gave you a whole list of reasons why that's not good. We have grotesquely misrepresented audit results here in Georgia. I just heard that the 2020 audit for the umpteenth time matched the original results. That's not true. Governor Kemp's 36-point report explains that the hand count audit in Fulton County did not confirm the results. His report is based on our evidence that we provided through Joe Rossi. I think Eric Christian will talk more about that. We had senior poll managers and auditors found counterfeit ballots during the hand count. They were mail-in ballots, not mailed, not creased from being mailed, toner copied on unusual paper stock, and they were voted the same way down ballot for dozens in a row. We also produced a study on March 7th, 2022 that shows that the Fulton County absentee ballot images were electronically altered before the results were certified. That is the key point I want to come back to in a second. And State Election Board 2023-025, which I urge you to understand this case, has shown many, many problems. 17,000 certified votes that have no ballot images, 20,000 missing source tabulator tapes, 3,900 double scanned, double counted, and approximately 16,000 that were actually batch uploaded in backfill. That's a whole nother subject that I urge you to look into. And then finally, we get to the 2024 image audit. Is this a solution? No, it's not a solution because it was a ballot image audit. It was not a paper ballot audit. We've already exposed this as a fake audit if you've got to audit paper ballots, not images. And I was glad to see Hans Voting agree with me on that. So we're now faced with federal decertification. Executive Order 14248 as decertifying QR-coded voting systems that is based on the Help America Vote Act, which requires the vote to be verifiable. On top of all that, we've got foreign ownership, hardware components, foreign hardware components, and software support that don't meet federal critical infrastructure guidelines. And you've heard the D&I director say that they have evidence now of electronic voting vulnerabilities and manipulation. In the April 10th cabinet meeting, the voting system security assessments are now complete. We should be hearing more from the federal government on that soon. So what is your solution here? One, you have avoidable contract. The page 54 of the Dominion contract says it specifies a barcode read by a tabulator. The U.S. District Court and the General Assembly has found that the system is illegal, and in Georgia, a contract to do an immoral or illegal thing is void. So just the last two to sum up here, as I know I'm about out of time. To authenticate the ballots, what do we need to do? Hand-marked paper ballots, unique IDs for those ballots, and make them free to the public. And this is consistent with the Georgia Supreme Court ruling from 2020, which they said that the paper ballot statutes govern BMD elections, and that includes 21-2-437, where they specifically referenced any ballot marked by anything but a pen or pencil shall be void or not counted. And then finally, last slide, authenticating the counts. How do we do that? There is no practical or partial audit that will guarantee vote system accuracy in a major close race. As I think Enhanced Voting explained, it takes a long time to pull randomly select ballots. It's simply easier to hand count the races. And that's what 21-2-437 advocates. So I'll leave you with Dr. Haldeman's analysis. He says that the system was developed without sufficient attention to security during design, software engineering, and testing, and it would be extremely difficult to retrofit security into a system that was not initially produced with such a process. So the solution we would recommend is Senate Bill 303, that is sponsored by Senators Moore, Gooch, and Dolezal, and that provides for publicly recorded hand counts at the precinct where votes were cast. We will provide, in case that concerns you, we'll provide the actual hand count test times. It's much faster than people believe. So that said, I thank you for the time and happy to take any questions. We're going to be around after this and answer any questions that if people don't get to. I'm happy to have them challenge anything I said today.
Thank you, Mr. Favorito. Questions from the committee? Representative Draper.
Hello, Mr. Favorito. So I just want to push back on this contention that you started with, which is that there's no trust in our elections. I'm sure, you have some self-selecting voices in your ear that are saying that to you. But we had a poll just last year that shows that over 2/3 of Republicans, not Georgians, but Republicans, are happy with how elections are run in Georgia. So
okay,
I do want to start.
Well, let me respond to that. I'm sorry. I think your poll is obsolete because the Rasmussen poll that was just conducted a couple of weeks ago found that 2/3 of all voters are concerned of vote manipulation in the 2026 election. And that's a national poll. That includes Georgia.
Well, I'm concerned with Georgia.
Right, well, I am too. That's why I'm here. And I've been
Yes.
here, that's why I've been doing this for 20 years.
Yes, and what the polls say about the Georgia elections is that most people are satisfied with our election.
No, that's not what the polls say. The Rasmussen says that 64% are concerned.
The Georgia
about the
specific
election.
polls say that
And-
most
and-
short, not just most Georgians, but most conservatives are happy with our elections. But I do want to ask you some questions about voter GA.
Obsolete.
I would like to ask you some questions about
Sure.
voter GA. So what is the goal of your organization if you had to sum it down, boil
To
it down?
restore election integrity in the state of Georgia.
What does that mean?
That means, well, right now, we have a system that is vulnerable to, not only vulnerable to the internet, but we actually have now court evidence that it has, in fact, been accessed. And it has a lot of foreign involvement as well. And therefore, I think it's time that we need to consider a simpler solution, which is what I pointed to, which would simply be hand-marked paper ballots, which is most people agree on both parties, and hand counting of the votes. If you imagine if you have hand counting of the votes, let me just finish.
Given your goal,
There would be
given
no,
your goal for
well,
election
can I just
integrity.
finish my point? There would be no divisiveness
Thank you.
between Democrats and Republicans. If there was publicly recorded hand counts, everybody would know who won, and there would not be any confusion or questions about an election after it's been conducted.
Thank you. Given your goal for election integrity, how active has your organization been in calling for an investigation and the breach in Coffee County?
We have basically talked, we have a lot of information about that. Well, first of all, let me back up. Let me
Mhm.
back up.
Please.
You called it a breach. Now, I had
Yes.
to cut off.
So let's just clear up what we're talking about. We're talking about people from outside the election office gaining action to gaining access to the election equipment, going in the night when they weren't supposed to be there, putting in USBs into the equipment and getting information off of the machines, right? So
Well,
how
no,
involved
no,
has your organization
the
been in calling
system-
for an investigation of that?
We were involved in the court case that had to do with that, and a lot of the evidence was put out in that court case.
And you have a big network, according to your deck here.
Mhm.
Have you been active on social media calling for an investigation?
So let's walk through this.
Yes or
In-
no?
in Coffee
Have you been
County.
active on social media calling for an investigation of that?
That has not been our top priority.
Okay.
Right.
So
But-
the breach of the election machines and the data contained in the election machines doesn't fit within your goal of your
Oh,
organization
it
to improve
absolutely-
election
no,
integrity?
That's totally untrue.
Okay,
and
so
let
why
me-
haven't you
and-
been active in that?
Well, unfortunately, we had to go back and I had to cut out because of the time,
Mhm.
the information. Let's go back to the original breach that occurred in 2017. Now, this is an active election, not an inactive election like in Coffee County. But in an active election, back in 2016, Logan Lamb found that the system was wide open to the internet. We have been actively.
2017?
2017.
So that's the previous system that we
No.
had. So let's try to focus
Well,
on the current
no,
system that we
but-
have,
but-
because that's
but
before we changed machines.
The
I'm
problem
talking about a breach
is,
on the machines that we have right now.
the problem
How
is. that
involved
the
have you guys
system-
been in calling for
Wait,
a
wait,
prosecution,
you're-
investigation of
you're-
that?
No, hang
No,
on.
no, no.
Can I answer? You're not letting me answer.
I don't want to talk about the old
Well-
machines.
Well, you're trying to attack our integrity, and I just want to give you,
Just ask
I'd like
about
to.
permission and what
no,
you've done.
I'd like to be able to,
Sir, me
I'd like
pointing
to
out
be
that
able to
hypocrisy does
respond.
not is not an
No.
attack on your integrity.
Okay.
So let's move on.
so,
How long
no,
have you
no,
been-
you're not letting me answer the questions. You're making statements, and then you're not letting me respond, and then you're saying move on. That's pretty unethical.
I don't say it's unethical,
Okay.
but
Okay,
let's
okay.
focus on voter
Uh,
GA.
Let's move on. We do have a hard cutout at 3:30, so I want to be respectful to our next speaker, and hopefully we can have some public comment.
I just have a couple more questions if you don't mind. Thank you. How long have you been with voter GA?
Ever since I co-founded it in 2006.
2006. And do you have any staff?
We have no paid employees. We are all volunteers.
Are you paid?
Absolutely not. Never take. In fact, my wife and I are two of the major donors to Voter GA.
Okay, how
We
much have
have
you
never-
donated to Voter GA over the years?
Tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, do you have a board or either a formal board or advisory board or something
Yeah,
like that?
we have a board.
Who's on there?
Ricardo Davis is one of our is another person that's on the board.
Who?
His name is Ricardo Davis.
Carter Davis?
Ricardo
Davis, is that the only
Yeah.
person?
Yeah, we have just, yeah.
Yeah.
It-
What's your,
It's a volunteer organization. We don't have a board of, this is an all volunteer organization. Can you imagine somebody working for 20 years as a volunteer just to try to fix this problem?
sure,
You ought to be thanking me for that.
okay. What's your budget?
What is our budget?
Yeah, your
I
operational
think
budget.
this is kind of fairly confidential, but we don't have an official budget. We are always trying to, scrape to make sure we have enough money to keep the lights on.
Okay, so you received donations, right?
We do.
How much did you receive in 2024?
I don't know. I'm not the chief financial officer.
You don't know? You don't have a ballpark figure?
In 2024?
Yeah.
It's public record. You can look it up.
Can you share it with us?
I don't know. I don't know. What's your point?
Well, my point is, I understand your budget was approximately 24, or your donations, approximately $24,000 a year before 2020. After 2020, it has shot up to over $500,000.
There's a lot of people that were concerned over the 2020 election. I know you wouldn't realize that because you're not, but I had evidence to show you all the problems that we had in 2020. I had to cut that out so we could get to the solutions.
Mhm. You received $75,000 from Michael Flynn, is that right?
No,
Is that not right, as reported in
I
CNN?
don't think we've ever, no, we CNN lies, don't you know that?
Thank you for that.
No, we've never
Um,
gotten a donation from Michael Flynn that I know of.
You've coordinated with Cleta Mitchell on poll watching exercises, is that right?
I wouldn't say we coordinated with her, but we know, we work with the Election Integrity Network.
Okay, how would
And
you
yes,
describe
I guess
it?
you could say that. We coordinate with the Election Integrity Network. I wouldn't say we coordinate with her personally, no.
Which is led by Cleta Mitchell.
That's correct.
Okay.
Great organization, by the way. Thank you for mentioning it. I would
No-
encourage everyone to become a member.
No
It's free.
problem.
It's free.
You describe yourself as a nonpartisan organization. Have you
Yes.
been similarly receiving donations and or working with people from the Democratic Party?
So you probably don't, and again, I had to cut out the history, which would have shown you, in the interest of time, I think it'd been easier just to tell the history. But the majority of our members were Democrats for up until 2002, because when they put the first system in, which was unverifiable to the voter, unauditable, and they couldn't recount it, it didn't have a ballot, it wasn't transparent. The Democrats believed that they were cheated out of the 2002 election in the Senate and gubernatorial races. I believe that they were right. And for a long time, the bulk of our, not completely, but a bulk of our members were Democrats. Suddenly in 2020, when the situation changed and Republicans got cheated, or at least the evidence seems to be that, then they became more quiet and our base ended up shifting. We have been nonpartisan for 20 years. And I think that proves it beyond any shadow of a doubt.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your personality and some more of your insights with us today. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll leave these for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Favorito.
Mr. Chairman, if anybody else would like to challenge what I've said today, we are, we'll be here afterwards, and we'll open the mics for everybody if they want to stick around. I've got two things for the record. One is the ballot I showed you, the DeKalb County ballot that shows the human readable text does not match the vote. And the other one is what we believe to be falsified tally sheets from the state election board complaint regarding the
Okay.
audits that never
Thank you.
happened.
Just bring them up here. We'll put them in. Appreciate it. All right. Our next presenter will be on accounting and auditing in Georgia elections. Is Mr. Eric Christensen. And thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, representatives, for being here. I appreciate this process. It's been great, and the contentiousness is good because hopefully we can resolve things in a nonpartisan way. I think what you'll see when my presentation is through is this is all nonpartisan stuff. This is all just basic accounting and auditing 101, what I learned back at Miami University in 1978 in my first accounting class. Again, my name is Eric Christensen, and I got involved in this back on November 4th, 2020. I went down to the Capitol after I saw the numbers flying all over the place. I'm a numbers guy, so it was of interest to me. And I waited. I was expecting Brad Raffensperger to come down the stairs, but who should appear but Gabriel Sterling? And so the press corps was on the left. The Capitol Police was on the right. There was only one person there besides the press corps, and that was me. And so I asked Gabriel Sterling one question at that time, and I said, do you mean to tell me you don't have numerical control over the ballots? And he said, yeah, you're not allowed to tie the voter to the vote. I knew at that point we had a problem, and I'm not advocating for numerical control. I do think that would be the best practice. But let's move on. I'm going to move quickly, and just like Professor Stark, I could spend 2 hours up here, and I don't have that much time. So Janelle King asked up in Clarksville at Technical College up there, what's going on? I wish I knew. I don't know what's going on. But the first thing we've got to look at in terms of, and I'm doing mine and not yours. And I don't have access to any of my embedded documents here, so we're gonna have to just talk them out. Okay, so Janelle King asked what's going on, don't know. Okay, what are the inherent risks in an election? Stuff, swap, toss, electronic manipulation, ineligible voters, and fraudulent voting. I am not going to address 5 or 6. You guys need to take care of that. Accounting 101, internal controls. I've watched Philip Stark's presentation probably a half a dozen times. When I first saw him, I thought, he's California, University of California, Berkeley. This guy's going to probably have some wild ideas. I agree with almost 100% of the stuff he says. He says we need evidence-based elections. What I say is we need internal controls, and we used to have them, but they're gone now. Reconciliation. I want to talk a little bit about reconciliation as the first step of good procedure, accounting procedures. Tabulation, we got to count it properly, and then we got to compile it properly. Auditing. I reviewed the SOS posted results for 2020 for the Fulton County absentee ballots. And the reason I started there is you got to start with what you think could have the most opportunity for fraud or irregularities. That's what I started with. I can't get to my Excel spreadsheet, but I sorted this document. I downloaded directly from the Secretary of State website. The same thing that Joe Rossi did, and the same thing the governor had his group of guys do. And the first thing that you come up with when you do the sort, I sorted by Biden votes, was military batch number 1, 950 votes for Biden, 0 for Trump. Okay, this is unusual. This would what we call an unusual item. And that's one of the first things you look for when you're looking at numbers. What are the unusual items? Then you dig down deeper. And if you got the ballots, you can actually try and figure out, but we've never had access to the ballots. We got 200 DPI images. And that's what Joe Rossi did. He did his audit with the 147,702 electronic ballot image audit that he got from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He issued a 156-page report. It's really deep. But he came up with a 2.7% error rate. There's 36 rows where the numbers just are incorrect. They don't add up. And what do you want to call it? You can call it irregularities, errors, fraud, whatever you want to call it. They're just numbers are wrong. Okay. So then we did a risk limiting audit, which the only thing that's risk limiting about the audit that we did are the words risk limiting. It was no audit. Okay. So was that a cover up? I don't know. They didn't find those 36 rows. I call it a rubber stamp recount is what I call it. Then they did a final recount in December, came up with the exact same thing. I don't know how you miss, 36 rows wrong 3 times. I mean, you would get fired. I worked at Arthur Andersen. You would get fired for that. In the process, he also discovered that we're missing approximately 17,000 precinct ballots. Okay, it was bad. Governor agreed with him. Okay, so here is my opinion on Georgia elections, and I'm not criticizing Eric or the poll pad or Dominion or anything. We've got systems come and go just like people do, but we need to have good process because process stays forever. And we did have good process. I found documents from 1985 and the year that the movie Back to the Future came out. And we had great procedures then, and you could rely on what came out of those precincts for the most part. And so here's my opinion. I've reviewed the accounting policies, procedures, and controls used in Georgia elections. In my opinion, the manner of Georgia elections provides no assurance that errors, irregularities, or fraud can be prevented or detected. The laws, rules, and procedures are not being followed. There's no uniformity throughout Georgia counties and precincts. The current electronic voting system, as Garland just presented, used to account for elections is not in compliance with federal law. I don't think it's HAVA compliant. I think when they sold us that thing and charged us $120 million, and put that QR code in there, I mean, that's not HAVA compliant. HAVA compliant is you've got a paper ballot and it's scanning the paper ballot. So we went from one black box system to another black box system. The most basic accounting reconciliations and mathematical checks are not being performed. And the SOS audits, and this goes back to what Professor Philip Stark said, have been performed with no independence. I mean, you can't choose the system, give people all the rules on how they're supposed to operate the system, report the results, and then do your own audit. I mean, that's just not the way it works. And like I said, I don't think they're in compliance with Georgia law. No scope was ever set. Warren Peterson said in Arizona, he said, our audit has been designed to find exactly nothing because the scope was set to find exactly nothing. And that's what I would say here. I totally disagree with Matthew Bernard. I agree 100% with Philip Stark. We have no trustworthy record of the vote because the trustworthy record of the vote under Help America Vote Act has to be the paper ballots. Nobody's ever seen them. The Georgia audit using enhanced voting does not fix the problem. And in fact, our audit, as Dr. Stark said, is merely security theater. 100% true. And who wrote that? Matthew Bernard said an electronic image ballot audit doesn't accomplish anything. I can't agree with him more on that. You guys gave, and you've done so much stuff that's been good in House Bill 202 and Senate Bill 189, all that stuff was great. We put a bunch of Band-Aids, we fixed a lot of things. The thing you did in Senate Bill 189 is you gave $5 million for the audit, and that was good, okay? But the fact was that the audit was not a paper ballot image audit like it was supposed to be. You got to start with the paper. Any audit procedure that doesn't go back to the source document is worthless. Okay, now let me get to the meat of it. How do we fix the problems? What's your role? This is clear under Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution. The time, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. Okay, that's why we're here. The ability of the General Assembly to adjust and clarify Georgia election law via their proxy, which is the SEB. The State Election Board is your board, and they represent you in between sessions. And you should give them the power. I know we've heard that, David Worley said we should get rid of the State Election Board. I cannot disagree with that more. We should give the State Election Board the power that should not be with the Secretary of the State. Secretary of State is an elected official. He has an actual conflict and the appearance of a conflict. And I guess that's why half the states use State Election Board as opposed to Secretary of State. The SOS does not report to the legislature. They don't report to you. He's conflicted. let me see, what should be the new role of the Secretary of State? Just recommend the voting system. He can pick the voting system. He has a purchasing department. Let him do that. He can present it to you. And if you guys like the new voting system, you can select it. I know we're going to get a new one, or we're going to have to pay for some upgrade at some point. He should be training the counties on the voting system and posting of election day results on the Secretary of State website. What should be the role of the counties? Registration of electors, care, custody, and control of the voting equipment in between elections, and training precincts on the voting equipment, and selection of voting precincts. What should be the role of the precincts? The precincts hold the elections. The poll manager is the person holding elections. I mean, I know we've moved to this centralized thing now where we've got, early voting and absentee voting flowing through the county. The county should never count their own votes, never. So the precinct also has care, custody, and control of the election equipment. They verify voter eligibility when you come up and you check in. Processing of all precinct ballots, and this includes absentee, UOCAVA, early voting, ballot marking device, emergency and provisional, reconciliation of those ballots before they're tabulated, and finally posting the ballot reconciliation tabulation results on election day. And so all this used to be on paper. So we had paper for this, and I'm going to go through why we need to go back to what we used to do. Number one here is not really new. It's what we used to do, but it's not really in the code either, I think, right now. Return to precinct processing, scanning, and tabulation of all the ballots. The county can't count. The county has a conflict too. I mean, most counties are either Republican or Democrat. They have a conflict. Maybe it's just an appearance, but they've still got one. Okay. Here's the real thing that I don't know how we got away from these things. We had a paper numbered list of voters. I've got them all sitting right there. I can show them to you. Everybody had to put their name on a piece of paper. Okay. That is like a source. That's a source document. Paper eligible list of voters, 21-2-2, 21-2-410, reconciliation, 21-2-409. In the reconciliation from 1985, the poll manager signed it, the two assistant poll managers signed it, and 6 other people signed it to say it was right. There was 9 people that signed off to say, hey, we've got the right number of ballots. Okay. My mother-in-law and my daughter used to do this over in Dunwoody at one of the churches over there. Sometimes they had to count them 3 or 4 times to get the ballot count right. I mean, you've got to do that. If you don't do that, we've got nothing. Here's something else that I'm advocating. Let me read this right here. This is something new, but it's not really new because it's from 1787. If anybody doesn't have this book, everybody that's here is interested in elections and would be here, get this book. It's called Ballot Battles, written by a Ohio State professor. Probably took 10 years to write. Got great stuff in here. So let me read this. This was when John Jay, who is one of the writers of the Federalist paper on the first Supreme Court, was running against William Clinton in New York for governor's race. In 1787, New York's legislature had enacted a new statute to regulate the conduct of elections. The statute required the sheriff of each county, after collecting the returns from all the municipalities in the county, to assemble these returns without opening or inspecting the same into one box, which shall be well closed and sealed up by him under his hand and seal with the name of his county written on the box. The statute required the sheriff to deliver this box to the Secretary of State in Albany. So the sheriff took the ballots. The county did not count those ballots. He took, care, custody, and control, possession of those ballots, and he transferred them directly. So they were, they were sealed at that point, and we actually had control. So if you go back and listen to what Philip Stark said, he said, if we don't have control over the ballots, we've got nothing. We have absolutely nothing, because electronic images are not the ballots. They're not the source document. So that is probably the most important thing. The reconciliation is first, but that care, custody, and control of the ballots, those ballots, and since we're 99.999% sure that the images are correct, the county doesn't need the images because they've got the Dominion scanned images. Okay, so I've written some code information for you guys to consider, and I can't get to it. It's embedded into this document here. I can't get to it. I can read it if you want me to. But we need to have general provisions in the Georgia election code that talk about who's responsible for what you guys are responsible for, the law, what the state election board is responsible for, what the Secretary of State's responsible for, what the counties are responsible, and what the precincts are responsible for. And it needs to be, clear at a very high level. You're not designing work programs and forms and envelopes. The state election board needs to do that. And, one of the things I talked about is we don't have uniformity right now. So that needs to be mandated by the state election board and say every county does it identically, not uniformly, identically. So you give the, or not every county, every precinct, I gotta be careful with my words. Every precinct does it identically. You give them the procedures, everybody follows the procedures, they sign off, they put their name on it, they put their date on it, we did it, it's done, okay? It doesn't need to be, here's a Dominion software user's manual and a bunch of other stuff from the counties, figure it out. And I think that's what we're doing to a lot of precincts right now. And they are figuring out, they're getting the job done, but it doesn't need to be that way. Finally, the other thing that Professor Stark said, that any post-election recount, if a recount's required, needs to be under the state election board. And you're going to have to go back, and I wanted to bring a box here, so I've got a visual aid.
Mr. Christian, can we start to wrap it up? Thank you, sir.
Best procedures. Okay.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Draper.
You shared with us your opinion that the Secretary of State has a actual or appearance of a conflict in administering elections.
I think he does, yeah.
I mean, you have a slide that says exactly that, right?
Yeah, I think he has because he's running for election.
So that's your opinion?
Yeah, that's my
Do
opinion.
you reject what the Georgia State Constitution says about the role of the Secretary of State?
No, I think you need to change it. Not saying if it needs to be changed constitutionally, I thought it could be changed legislatively. I'm not saying how to do it. You guys can figure that out. That's your call. That's 100% your call.
Okay. I do bristle when folks suggest that our hardworking election administrators across the state possess a conflict of interest, which is also
No, I
one thing
I
you
didn't
shared
say
with us.
that. I never
did.
said.
You did. You said
Well,
our.
I said,
You said our.
no,
counties
I said
legitimate-
counties. I did not say election officials. I said counties possess a conflict.
Counties,
Counties, yeah, people that work within the county.
so like election administrators?
Could be that.
because I
Could be,
think
could be
election
other people that
administrators-
influence, it could be other people that influence the election administrators. I
I'm going to
mean,
be that broad.
yeah, I'm gonna be that, I'm gonna be that broad. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
gonna be
well,
that
that
broad.
doesn't make a lot of sense within the
Yeah,
scope of this
okay.
presentation, but sure. Well, what's your opinion? Since you're giving lots of opinions and conflict of interest, do you have an opinion on whether Janelle King has a conflict of interest or an appearance of a conflict of interest being on the state election board?
I don't really have any comment on that. I mean, you guys,
Yeah,
everybody can have their own opinion on that.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, because her husband's running for Secretary of State.
you
Yeah.
seem to have a lot of
Yeah.
opinions. Based on apparently your review of accounting policies, procedures, and internal controls.
Mhm.
So what else have you reviewed to come to all these opinions?
Lots of stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
I've spent 5 years on this, so I've talked to a lot of people. I've talked to a lot of poll managers, and
Have you been a
Um,
poll worker?
no, I've never been a poll worker. I'm just a voter. I'm an accountant. I'm an auditor, but own my own business now. I run my own business.
Have you worked in election administration?
No,
Okay.
no, no.
Everyone in this room that drives 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours to come to these committee meetings,
Mhm.
they have studied this stuff backwards and forwards. They get, if they're lucky, 30 seconds, 90 seconds to give comment.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you
just
again
so
for giving me the
confused
time.
as to someone with your qualifications, with all due respect, How are you sitting here today talking to us about your opinions?
Because I know numbers and I know auditing and I know how to account for things.
But you've never had a client in election administration.
Doesn't matter.
No, it
The
doesn't.
numbers are
It doesn't.
numbers.
There's a lot of people here that have done
Numbers are
exactly that.
numbers are numbers. In fact, I can't think of anything on the surface easier than counting votes. Now, have we turned it
That's
into,
never counted
have we
votes.
turned it into a can of worms? Oh, yes, we've turned it into a can of worms. We've made it super complicated. But you guys up here, you don't have to make it that complicated. All the detail, of forms and procedures and stuff like that, that's not done by you guys. You guys create the law.
I do think
So-
everyone's opinion is very important, and I do want to hear
Yeah.
from everybody on this. But I think it's very important that we work with people who are experts in this field. When you come up here and you reject wholeheartedly the ideas of PhDs who have been studying in this field and have dedicated their lives to this field because you have studied some
The-
election procedures.
The
It's
PhDs that you're talking about, Stark and Bernard, and both Stark and Bernard agree with what I've said. We all agree.
I
We're
don't
100
think
we're
we choose
100% of agreement. The only thing I'm in a disagreement with Bernard on is doing a image ballot audit. You have to go back to the source document. I
Well-
audited for 8 years at Arthur Anderson. You didn't do anything out of the system. You audited around the system. It means you went back to the documents.
I just wanted to give your presentation the
Yeah.
appropriate amount of weight, so I think I have the information I need.
Yeah.
Thank you very
I mean,
much.
you guys know what to do up here. Most of you know what to do. Do the right thing, fix the problems, and we can move on, because all we got to do is go back to the future and do what we used to do.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to public comment. We have quite a few people signed up, and we do have a hard out of 3:30 to get to be finished with this meeting, to turn the room over. So we're going to, if you'd like to defer and submit your comments to the committee in writing, you can do that. We're going to allow 1.5 minutes for your comments. We'll set the timer. Please be brief. There's several people, obviously a lot of people here that want to speak and be heard as well. So please be mindful and respectful of that. We will start with Brooke Schreiner from Butts County. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for joining us, just right next door from Jackson, Georgia.
Yes, yes.
And I was with her a few weeks ago at a regional training she had.
Yes,
so
and thank you for coming. They
absolutely.
really enjoyed it.
We
too.
appreciate what you do and appreciate your team very much.
Thank you. So like you said, I'm the election supervisor for Butts County. Some things I have seen over the past committee meetings that y'all have had, I've just noted. Our voter registration Jarvis has improved since it went live 2.5 years ago, but it is still a work in progress. Counties continue to lack usable reports like being able to see who in the office is processing registrations or how changes are coming in. Instead, we get data that tracks every keystroke, but not the practical numbers we need. Jarvis has also increased costs for voter maintenance. When we mark voters as deceased, it automatically generates a letter to the last known address. About 95% of those letters are come back undeliverable. With the confirmations NCOAs, we must remail to any new address provided by the post office on the yellow mark. That means one confirmation can cost counties double at 74 cents each. So we'll mail them to the address that we have in Jarvis. They come back with the new address. We have to mail it again. This is a cost burden on the counties when there is not a off year anymore. ERIC is a valuable tool. It helps us catch voters who have moved out of state or passed away elsewhere. But DDS creates challenges. Address errors often send voters to the wrong counties. Just last week, a Butts County voter with a McDonough Road address was nearly transferred to Henry County because DDS mislabeled it as McDonough Parkway. Without reach search, this voter would have lost their registration until Election Day. DDS needs to use the same address standards as the post office and local governments. Reconciliation and ballots. Georgia law requires, thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you for the great job you do. Next, we have Milton Kidd, and on deck will be Rachel Glover.
I was going to defer this, but no. First off, since I have your attention, I would say the most important thing for elections administrators is the fact that elections in the state of Georgia are completely funded by the counties. June was a complete statewide election. We received no state funding for that election. The burden of elections are completely on the counties. I would ask this board to recommend a funding source from the state government or recommend the federal government finance elections. We say we value elections, but we spend no money as a state on elections. Secondly, a lot of conversation has been around the 2020 election. Please speak the truth of the 2020 election. The 2020 election happened in a worldwide pandemic where the state of Georgia was completely changing over to a new election system. Yes, you had some discrepancies. It was the implementation of a new system that happened in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. I commend the counties for the job that they did in 2020, despite the backlash that they get from individuals that don't understand elections administration. The gentleman spoke before about just having paper ballots and having the police escort them. In 1984, you had 2.6 million voters. We're now over 7 million registered voters. The county that I live in alone had precincts that cast ballots of over 50,000 people at an advanced voting location. Transmitting that many ballots is a logistical nightmare. Counting that many ballots during an election after working 16 hours is an impractical task. We do not need paper ballots. We need a secure process. Please have a legitimate
Thank you, Mr. Kidd.
conversation about election.
Thank you. Next up, Rachel Glover, and on deck, if y'all will please hold your applause, please. On deck, Ann Hollifield. Go ahead, Rachel. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Glover, Associate Director of the ACLU of Georgia's Voter Access Project. For more than 60 years, the ACLU of Georgia has worked to ensure voting is easy and accessible for all Georgians. Let's be clear. Studies consistently show that ineligible voting is extremely rare. Voter records shift and people move every day. Overemphasizing scrutiny over access risks disenfranchising real voters instead of strengthening democracy. In terms of our current system, current voter list maintenance practices disproportionately affect transient and housing insecure Georgians. Every citizen has the right to vote. We need a consistent, fair system to register and protect these voters from being unfairly targeted. The automatic voter registration program with the Department of Driver Services has been a clear success. Data from the Center for Election Innovation and Research report reveals that this system makes our rolls more accurate and representative. The NCOA database, mentioned several times today, is an unreliable source for address changes. Georgia's SB 189 reflects this concern. In 2023, USPS reported a 167% rise in NCOA fraud and a match rate of just 4.1%, meaning only 4.1% of the address updates submitted are correct. This data also disproportionately impacts military families who move frequently for deployment but are allowed to retain their original address. Lastly, withdrawing Georgia from ERIC could be a costly mistake. ERIC is our most effective tool for securely identifying voters who have moved or passed away. Replacing it with private vendors would increase cost, reduce accuracy, and overly burden local election officials who deserve strong, reliable data. Voter list maintenance should support access, not suppress it. And finally, Georgia must comply with federal law to ensure equal access to the ballot for all citizens. Thank you.
Let me get my assistant up here. All right, Ms. Hollifield, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ann Hollifield. I'm an Oconee County, Georgia voter and a retired professor from the University of Georgia. In 2006, I created a graduate program in data analytics to begin preparing people for careers in professional data analytics, and I directed that program until my retirement in 2019. Several things from this morning's discussion of ERIC caused me great concern. Members of the commission expressed concern about the security. One of the key elements of data security that every data professional knows is that when you have sensitive data, Data Security 101 requires that you minimize the distribution of that data. One example of not doing that was raised by one of our commission members was the possibility, however remote, that one of ERIC's 2 data analysts might go to a coffee shop and log into the data sets on public Wi-Fi. That, of course, is a real security concern. But what strikes me as a data professional is that the alternative to ERIC is what Mr. Evans, our state elections director, talked about, which is doing one-on-one data transfers, data set transfers of private voter data to 50 or more states plus territories to the multiple data analysts each of those states would have. to states that would have different levels and different technologies, different IT and cybersecurity expertise, different funding levels to secure those data. So if we are concerned about the privacy and data security of Georgia's personal data, because we have 2 data analysts and Eric working on it, that your constituents ought to be panicking at the alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Catherine Gaunt, and following her will be Nicole Wessel.
Hello, and thank you. We're concerned about qualifications. I am the former managing director responsible for sales tax for BDO. I was a senior manager for KPMG. I have clients that range from multi-billion-dollar companies to $10 billion companies. This committee has a perfect example in the Georgia Department of Revenue of what it means to have a consortium of companies through the Streamlined Sales Tax Project, which was approved by the legislature. Ask them of how that is done. You have certified service providers, which all the states send their data to. And there's security around it, et cetera. I think that would be a good example. I've come up, we use statistical auditings to defend sales tax audits. And these are your tax dollars. If I can get assessed money based on a statistical sample, I ought to be able to use one with voters, which brings me to the subject of materiality. As a poll worker, I want all my voters to vote. But I can also say, if you're concerned about same-day registration, use a provisional ballot. Have a provisional ballot and same-day registration. The provisional ballots are checked, rechecked, and confirmed to ensure that whoever's using that ballot is an actual registered voter. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Wessel, and following David Worley.
Good afternoon. Georgia's election policy should focus on access, not just scrutiny. Every eligible voter deserves a clear, reliable path to the ballot box. The reality is this: ineligible voting is rare, yet over-policing the voter rolls risks purging real eligible voters. Transient and housing insecure Georgians are the most affected by aggressive list maintenance, and our democracy is weaker when their voices are silent. Counties already operate under tight budgets, and many new election bills do not include funding for implementation. Yet these challenges, Yet despite these challenges, my county has never failed an audit. Even with the limited resources, we have kept elections transparent, accurate, and trustworthy. That's proof that when given the proper tools and realistic support, counties can continue to uphold election integrity. And I want to raise a point directly to the board. If fraud was widespread, as some have claimed today, then how confident are you that you yourselves were lawfully elected? The truth is, Georgia already has strong resources and laws to secure elections and maintain accurate voter rolls. Tools such as ERIC provide reliable, secure data to track challenges while following legal safeguards. As a records specialist in an $80 million IT management company, I can attest that ERIC operates with the same industry-level standards we trust in enterprise data systems. Policy should be guided by facts, not misinformation. Voter list maintenance should support participation, not suppress it. If we value access to security and fairness and protecting resources, ensuring funding and supporting counties must remain our priority.
Thank you. Thank you. David Worley, and following David, Cecilia. And if you don't mind, Cecilia, please give me your last name.
Good afternoon. I'm David Worley, Chair of the Voter Protection Committee of the Democratic Party of Georgia, and I'm here to talk about ERIC. In my professional life, I managed and litigated some of the largest data breach class actions in the history of the country. And I have to echo what Dr. Hollifield said just now. The dangers of a data breach occurring through 25 separate state data sharing arrangements are exponentially greater than what we have today with ERIC. As you heard earlier today, this spring, Georgia removed nearly 500,000 voters from its rolls. More than 55 of identified ERIC. That fact alone shows you the utility of ERIC when supposedly 70% of the people moving in and out of Georgia are not covered by ERIC states. If you're going to continue to remove hundreds of thousands of voters from the rolls, you owe it to those voters to use the best and most secure method available, which is ERIC. Your task is on the evidence. The evidence that you've heard today shows the substantial costs of leaving ERIC. The evidence that you're hearing shows that the cheapest, the most efficient, and the most secure list maintenance tool is ERIC, and it should be kept. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia and then Don Hackney. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Ugarte Baldwin. I'm the Voter Protection Director with the Democratic Party of Georgia. First, I would like to thank the committee for its time and its attention today. DPG appreciates that you are focusing on the important topic of maintaining accurate voter rolls, but the heightened rhetoric around widespread mismanagement fails to appreciate all important features of the law that ensure that voters are protected from erroneously being disenfranchised or losing their right to vote. For example, the default legal standard is not to simply remove the voter from the rolls merely because they submitted an NCOA. There are other steps that need to be taken because the right to vote is so precious that someone shouldn't be removed without further validation and confirmation. That said, I particularly want to use my time today to make a few points regarding Mark Davis, Garland Favorito, and Eric Christensen's presentations. Mark Davis has been central to fanning the flames of election fraud here in Georgia in 2020, and I simply want to point out that his analysis fails to contemplate the complex reasons why voters may file an NCOA, which could be because someone is temporarily moving and desires to receive mail at another location. He proposes we clarify what residency as a result, but we maintain that the process isn't black and white, and could certainly lead to erroneous removals, which we don't want. Garland Favorito has also demonstrated that he does not value the legal protections in place to ensure that Georgia's voters can cast their ballots. He has committed countless hours attempting to prove election fraud in 2020, even after multiple reviews found there was no evidence of fraud. But importantly, his actions last year to attempting to pass at the 11th hour multiple regulations just before 2024 election was underway showed disregard for the elections and the thousands of workers who have been tasked with the enormous undertaking of implementing those rules.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Don Hackney and then Michael Beach.
I'm Don Hackney, a retired Atlanta attorney. Here are three of the ways that the NVRA severely restricts voter challenges. For change of residence challenges, in the unlikely event that a county board determines that a challenge is reliable, current, and meets the other rules, the board must then comply with the NVRA's procedural requirements. The first step is to send a notice, not just any notice, but the specific NVRA notice. Then it must wait for 2 federal elections before removal. To be clear, there are no scenarios that allow a board to receive such a mass challenge and then hold a meeting where they remove voters from the rolls. Second, the NVR imposes 90-day blackout periods before primary and general elections. SB 189's purported amendment to impose a 45-day blackout period directly conflicts with the federal rule. Since a state law may not amend a federal statute, SB 189's provision is preemptive, and county boards must continue to comply with the full scope of the 90-day rule for mass challenges for federal elections. Third, challenges based on non-residential addresses or PO boxes are not authorized. The NVRA prohibits the mass removal of voters unless the type of removal is listed in one of its specific exceptions. You can look all day and you cannot find an exception that allows challenges for non-residential addresses or for PO boxes.
Thank you, Mr. Hackney. Thank you. Michael Beach and then Earl Ferguson.
Thanks so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm Michael Beach, and I'm assistant poll manager, also an ex-CDC employee with large database experience. You've heard a lot about ERIC. Keep it, grow it, advocate for your neighboring states to do that. It's the best thing in the country. I'm going to impromptu because of what I heard today. I'm a poll assistant manager. I need to correct some stuff I've been hearing here. Reconciliation at the polls. Poll pad, BMDs, scanner on an hourly basis are reconciled. These are all put onto Secretary of State recap sheets that they all collect at the end of the day. Memory cards come out of the machine, they go into locked seal box, it's sealed, it goes to a team with a chain of custody form that's delivered to the county. It's a much nicer looking box than that one. The ballots into a locked, sealed box to the team with chain of custody to deliver to the state. Pelican box, much more secure. And so this is already done. SOS recap sheets for poll pads, BMD, scanner, and frankly, way too many other sheets have to go back to the county by the time we leave. I hand deliver them with my manager. The other is a tape from the scanner is printed out that has all of the numbers of who voted and the results of who won in that precinct. It's taped on the front door. Everybody can come by the front door and copy that to see how did I do in this precinct. So I'm not sure how you do a lot after that because it's on the front door of every precinct in every county in this state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Earl Ferguson and then Sandra Burkhart.
Earl Ferguson, I'm Fulton County, and I challenge voters in Fulton County who have moved to outside the state of Georgia and voted or registered and voted in other states. In the past, it's been very easy to get those approved, and about 3 years ago, that changed. And now it's impossible to get any ineligible voter removed without waiting through the 2 election cycles. What you're seeing being passed out is a document from the Secretary of State, which causes that to happen, and it is incorrect. It references the National Voter Registration Act, but it eliminates or omits the portion of the NVRA, which is Section 6, subsection C, which is specifically provided to provide the state to remove inactive voters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next Sandra Burkhart, followed by Gary Ratner.
I came here today because I'm concerned. I know my vote does not count. I was in a courtroom in Atlanta. I watched the Dominion machine be used in the courtroom to record votes differently from what was selected on the screen. I've seen too much, and I'm sorry. I'm tired of it. I don't like being lied to. I don't like dishonoring all the people that died to give me the right to vote. And I am praying very hard that this committee will make a difference because the Dominion machines have been outlawed in other states because they have proven to be faulty. So I'd like to encourage everyone to do what they can because paper ballots can be used if there's a power outage, and it's now in place. So if we follow that rule, it will make it legal for us to vote on paper and for those votes to be audited as paper and not as electronic images created by a machine. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Ratner. Okay, Janelle Cloudfelter.
Good evening or afternoon. My first question to the SOS 5 years ago was, why would you buy a proprietary voting system for Georgia? His answer was not because it's the best thing since buttered bread. His answer was, why didn't you say something before I bought it? I knew 5 years ago proprietary electronic systems were not a good option because I knew what the system could do. 5 years later, I know what the system has done. If you don't know what it has done, then you need to sit down and you need to talk to Garland. He has been advising Georgia for a very long time, 20 years, and he's now advising nationally and federally. So you'll be able to find out exactly what happened. But I have a request. No, I'm begging. Create a subgroup, get the quotes ready for hand-marked paper ballots, hand-counted at the precinct level. We have in Georgia a proprietary voting system that is unverifiable, therefore uncertifiable. And there is no way to squeeze trust out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Davis, followed by Ann Hollifield.
It is already spoken, but thank you. Very, very brief. I'm a member on the Board of Elections for Oconee County, and I gotta tell you, our county really knows what they're doing. Trust us, we're counting the votes correctly. I really also want to thank y'all for taking the time and interest in listening to you. That's a tough job. And you, Representative Draper, you're a badass, and I love it. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, Tamara Favorito, followed by Victoria Cruz.
I'm Tamara Favorito with Voter GA, and I want to bring to your attention that counties are subverting the legislative changes passed in 2024 in SB 189, making paper ballots subject to open records requests. That was effective as of January 1. Code Section 212493 was amended to require the superintendent to fulfill requests for digital scans of the ballots via ORR Code Section 501871, post-certification for any primary or election. Subparagraph 2 provides for the superintendent to have access to sealed ballots by the clerk of the court. Once the statute went into effect, Voter GA submitted an ORR for the mail-in ballots from 2020 election to Fulton County. The superintendent responded that there were no responsive records. We assumed that the response was due to the fact that the clerk of the court had custody of the ballot, so we submitted an ORR to her. When the clerk finally got around to responding, she said that the statute only applied to the superintendent. We also submitted ORRs to other counties. They have agreed that we have a right to the ballots, but they are charging so much money that we can't afford it. As an example, Forsyth County is asking $49,000. I believe we need an amendment to the statute to be passed next session that makes it clear that the statute applies to any official who maintains custody of the ballots, and they must be given to us for free. And I have suggested edits for the code section that I'd like to put on the record.
Thank you. Thank you. Victoria Cruz, followed by Anita Tucker.
Hi, I'm Victoria Cruz, and I'm a voter from Oconee County. Two experts at the last meeting of this commission strongly favored hand-marked paper ballots instead of the electronic system we use. Hand-marked paper ballots are used largely in 44 of the 50 states. Georgia is one of only 6 states that require all voters to use BMDs, except if they opt for mail ballots, which I do at each opportunity. I want to say also that the current system was adopted over objections of experts. It was a done deal, and it didn't matter what the experts had to say before the system went into effect. Electronic voting is a bad idea. There are multiple components, all of which are connected to the internet and are multiple avenues of attack. It wasn't hard to find Democrats who opposed these systems prior to 2020. The videos are everywhere. The books are out there, the articles from the Atlantic and all the other legacy media. And now you can't find that. You can't find them bad-mouthing the electronic machines, and I wonder why. It's complex. The responsibility for elections is delegated to vendors and techs in most occasions, if there's any problem, or to the Secretary of State. It's not transparent. We don't have access to the source code. The counting is secret, and the ballots are kept for the public, as you already saw.
Thank you.
Also, I just want to point out that the county, someone came up and said our Oconee County election officials are great, and they are. We're a small county, 30,000 voters. A lot of other counties don't follow the law. They take advice from the Secretary of State, like Earl Ferguson said, and it doesn't matter whether it's following the law.
Thank you,
or
Ms.
not.
Cruz. Next is Anita Tucker, followed by Debbie Stair.
Good afternoon. My name's Anita Tucker, and I'm the Secretary for the Forsyth County Board of Registrations and Elections, and I've been on the BRE since 2022. I have followed the BRE in Forsyth for over a decade, and I was a poll worker in 2020 and 2021. After attending this committee's meeting in Clarksville, I came to a few conclusions. The Georgia State Election Board is dysfunctional. There are grifters that do not want the manufactured chaos created during the 2020 election to go away. New conspiracy theories are being promoted by the new State Election Board Executive Director. In response to Mr. Mills' comment in Clarksville that the elections machines have counters that can be disabled, I ask which counters? Each piece of equipment has internal counters. Per Secretary of State rules, each polling location is required to document all counts on every piece of equipment every hour. These counts are balanced, meaning the poll pad counts equal the ballot marking device counts, which equal the scanner counts. If a counter were to be disabled, it would be detected within an hour and rectified. I am not sure where this information came from, but clearly someone does not understand how counties control their ballot counts. The best source for any new elections laws to be passed in 2026 and beyond should be vetted by the professionals at Gavrio. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Debbie Stair, followed by Max Clavito.
As someone who attended my first Gavrio conference this year, I was so impressed with the level of knowledge of elections officials. I feel their opinions and experience should be noted at these panel events. They have the election experience. They make sure elections are very secure. Thank you to all the election officials and poll workers. You are amazing.
Thank you. Max Clavito, followed by Stephen Elshire. Okay, and if I may, real quick, Jane Branscombe, defer also. Okay, thank you. Kristen Neighbors, following Mr. Clavito.
Thank you. I've been to all of these Blue Ribbon Committee meetings except one. I think you guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate the fact that you're going around the state, getting a multitude of opinions and viewpoints. And I hope you can go back to the next session and take some action. I think there are already a lot of laws in place that can make things function very well. Unfortunately, they're not followed and the laws aren't enforced. Maybe that should be the next focus of attention. I also want to mention, this is a diversion from what I intended to say. I'm pretty disappointed in the conduct of one of your committee members. Garland Favorito made a very well-researched, factual presentation. And when given the opportunity to ask questions, rather than make some point against it, you evidently did not have an intelligent rebuttal. So you thought it was cute or whatever to attack his credibility and his motives, and then conclude with a shit-eating grin on your face. I thought that was disgusting, and I don't think it's becoming whatsoever. Thank you.
Okay, Kristen Neighbors.
Hello, committee. We've heard a lot of competing arguments today on Eric, but whatever route you all eventually decide to take, I think we can all agree it's really important to look before we leap. There may be a viable alternative to Eric, but we need to find it before we abandon our current plan. From what I can gather from talking to folks in states that have left Eric and also reading about it, it doesn't appear that any of those states had a solid exit strategy in place before they departed. Since then, those states have scrambled to find ways to obtain the data that Eric previously provided at great expense. When Virginia left, their annual membership fee was around $40,000. 3 months after they left, they paid more than $32,000 to get access to that death master file that Mr. Hamlin spoke about. So that's just one piece of the data that had been accessible to them, and suddenly they were paying almost as much for just one sliver of that info, and then they had to manage it themselves on top of everything. It's been nearly 3 years since Alabama left Eric, and in that time, they've established data sharing agreements with 10 states. So what about the other 40? Additionally, those MOUs, which are all available online, show a lack of consistency from one state to the other. Different states have rules about the information they can share and what data sharing agreements they can enter into. I've also spoke to multiple Republican election supervisors in Florida who've talked about how the ERIC exit has made their job more difficult. They said that while they have systems in place to track county moves, they've lost the ability to identify anyone who has voted in 2 different states. They also told me that while some have pitched the SAVE database as a replacement, it's not the same. I'm just going to say before I know I'm over time, Wesley Wilcox is the election supervisor in Marion County, Florida, and he and some other election officials are working to create a kind of equivalent organization. They hope to have it in place before 2028. So I think he'd be a great person to talk to if we think that is, if you all decide that you do want to leave ERIC.
Thank you.
Wesley
Thank you
Wilcox.
very much.
Thank you.
Jean DeFort, followed by Eileen Nakamura.
Thank you. And Chair Anderson, I'm going to go back to your admonishment at the very first meeting, which is be mindful of costs for local election officials. From 2017 to 2021, the cost per ballot just in Fulton County doubled, and it's only increased from there. Be mindful of local costs. Last week, I sent you all, I hope you got it, an email that I forwarded to you from Lucerne County, Pennsylvania. They switched from a touchscreen-based system to a hand-marked paper ballot system, and they reported their costs went from $851,000 to $245,000. Who of you would make your commissioners happy if you're here from an election board, if you could report a number like that? I'm very concerned. In Savannah, Lake Evans put up a slide that grossly misrepresented the cost of Georgia moving to our backup balloting system, hand-marked paper ballots. When he showed a slide that said it would be tens of millions of dollars, he's just plain wrong. He's just wrong, right? We have a hand-marked paper ballot system. It is our backup ballot system. It works with our scanners and our EMS system. The biggest counties who have multiple big vote centers would need some additional ballot on demand printers, but guess what? They cost like $1,200. It's $100,000 problem for you to solve, not a tens of millions of dollar problem for you to solve. And as for the ballots, he showed a slide that said 13 cents for BMD ballots and I think 50 or 57 cents for hand-marked paper ballots. I call BS. That is just wrong. He compared the cost of a piece of paper, no labor, no machine, no toner, to a higher than most counties. Cherokee County paid 37 cents for their commercial ballot. So check it. Get people who have done these elections and find out what they're really experiencing.
All right, Eileen Nakamura, followed by Katie Grooms-Brannan.
Hi, thank you for having me. I sent you all an email yesterday about my thoughts on what Elections Director Blake Evans had called a double-blind audit at the Savannah meeting on the OCR audit that Enhanced Voting does. So I hope that you will consider it. But I was also interested to see that today on his slide, he was very careful to point out that they followed the law in doing the list maintenance. However, 2 weeks ago in Savannah, he did not mention the law at all when talking about the double-blind audit because it does not follow the law, right? It still uses the QR codes on the ballots that we currently have. So you might want to consider that. Last time I spoke about being a poll watcher since 2019, since the pilot program when both the BMDs and hand-marked paper ballots were used. And I wanted to go to some another observation that I've had a lot of observations where it's very clear to me that there are issues with using BMDs that aren't very obvious to people who aren't watching. There was an incident in 2024 in November when a friend of mine knew that I was a statewide poll watcher and called me as soon as she had voted at the Ponce de Leon Library. She had an issue. She is very, very careful when she votes. And what had happened was she voted, she checked the BMD, it printed out, and it had flipped the person that she voted for president. She told the poll manager, got her ballot spoiled, got to vote another time, and that was fine.
Thank you, Ms.
But I went back the next day and the poll manager had no idea which BMD it was that had an issue. He also told me there were no equipment issues. So think about that.
Thank
That's
you.
a problem.
Katie Grooms-Brannan. Okay, we'll move on to Liz Throop, followed by Clara Gumbe.
Hi, my name's Liz Troop. Thanks for letting me speak. I just want to share an insight about image audits. As someone who is a graphic designer, both before and after digital capabilities, before we used digital systems, we had to photocopy images, or if we wanted them to look really good, we would go in a dark room and use specialized film. But they always degraded. There was always a difference between an original and a duplicate. That's inherent in any kind of paper-based system. It was like a miracle when we got computers and we could take a digital image and we could copy it as many times as we wanted, and it was always exactly like the original. If I were going to audit something, I would always want to find the source document that was a piece of paper, because I know that digital images can be reproduced infinitely without detection. Thank you.
So, thank you, Claire Gumbe. Okay. Is it William Ware Bush? Followed by Denise Peterson.
All right, I really appreciate what the board is doing and trying to improve election integrity and create better, more transparent, free and fair elections in Georgia. There is a situation that I just need to bring to y'all's attention and the attention of this room, because of one of Georgia's most distinguished voices for election integrity, a nonpartisan volunteer appointed by the state to the state election board, Dr. Jan Johnston, is being sued by the radical left, led by lawfare thugs, on frivolous charges. Brian Kemp's governor's office has refused to help. Chris Carr's attorney general office has done nothing. And Brad Raffensperger, our Secretary of State, has done nothing. They have refused to provide promised legal assistance in case of a lawsuit. This is a disgrace, and it is a travesty for the great state of Georgia, and it should be troubling for the board, who's trying to enact changes in Georgia as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Denise Peterson, followed by Mark Amick.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Peterson, and I'm a proud super voter and a poll worker. My privilege and my duty to exercise to access democracy, for which so many people have struggled and died over the last 249 years, and to support others as they do the same. In light of the many challenges that Georgia residents currently face, with rising costs, disappearing jobs, and limited access to medical care, and by all appearances will continue to face in the federal gridlock and increasing hardships, please do not erect additional unnecessary hurdles for people to leap in order to exercise their right to vote. Georgia has safe and secure elections. We do not have a problem with non-citizens attempting to vote. Please stop attempting to find a solution to a non-existent problem, especially for people who would and have lied for personal gain. I hear lots of solutions for non-existent problems, but I would submit that we should use our extremely limited resources to feed and educate our children in our public schools and medically aid our citizens to live productive lives and to do a better job in tracking and banning assault weapons in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Hammock, followed by Marilyn Marks. Okay, Marilyn Marks waves. Okay, then Elena Marino after Mr. Hammock.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mark Amick, and I'm here as a member of the Georgia GOP Election Confidence Task Force. I've served as a statewide poll watcher in both the 2020 and 2024 general elections, as well as serving in other election cycles. I appreciate your time and effort here in the committee of the General Assembly now and in recent years to better ensure election integrity in the state of Georgia. There have been many strong steps forward, such as HB 1207, which became law and provides what I believe is a clear understanding and enablement of poll observers to do their job. While seemingly clear, this was not my experience in multiple locations in the 2024 cycle. In my opinion, nothing had changed from 2020 to 2024 with poll observers and their ability to actually observe the election activities, to be close to see and hear the workers as state law requires. Myself and other poll observers were still set in a chair by the door, across a gymnasium, or other locations which diminished our roles as ineffective or meaningless in these cases. My request and suggestion is to require, as part of the training for poll workers and poll managers, to include poll observer roles, their rights, and access, which includes the key phrase, poll watchers shall be entitled to sit or stand as close as practicable to the observed activity so as to be able to see and hear the poll worker or election officials being observed. And I would also encourage this in their manuals at the location, as well as, not that we need more signs in the locations, but I would encourage that there for a quick reference and maybe resolution as well.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Elena Marino, followed by Cindy Battles.
I'm from Fulton. I'm normally a behind the scenes person, but after listening to the Secretary of State in February, where he said that if we remove the QR code, we would need $66 million to buy new printers so they can print on both sides and longer paper. That cracked me up. I have a small business. Both our printers print on legal and Tubelix. So then I heard Blake Evans double down on that at the last meeting. And I've already researched it. Our printers absolutely can print on legal paper and dual side. But I decided to call Hewlett Packard, and after quite a few days, I got to the business escalation team. They confirmed it, and they sent me what they call the data sheet, and I brought some copies. But they absolutely can. The other issue that he mentioned, Blake Evans, is that we would need to upgrade our printers, I'm sorry, our scanners. And that's also far. Our scanners were designed, and if you look at Dominion ICP, you can see the initial purpose of the ICPs was to scan and primarily self-adjudicate our own ballot. So the third-party adjudication has to end. We can, no offense, guys, I think it's an insult to say we can't fill in ovals. We fill in oval. If we make a stray mark, when we insert it, we can easily say, oh, no, that was what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Battles.
Thank you so much, committee, for this moment. My name is Cindy Battles. I am the policy director for the People's Agenda. First of all, I am going to say out loud, because I think that our county election officials have heard a lot today, that we really appreciate all of the work you do, often under-resourced, and with the integrity that you do it with. To the committee, I am going to ask and kind of piggyback off what Kristen said earlier. If you do decide to leave, Eric, and I personally, in my professional opinion, we should not do that. But if you do, definitely having a plan for what we do after that is important. I think we've seen that with the barcode issue where we have passed a law and now we have to figure out a solution. And if whatever that looks like for you, please make sure that the counties are resourced for that. Someone mentioned paper earlier and the cost of paper. We've been interviewing election supervisors about election cost. And when the Georgia Assembly passed a law saying that they had to use a specific kind of paper, they had already purchased their paper for the year. So when that went into effect, they had to show evidence that they had burned or shredded that paper. That was money that was literally like they lost it. Some of that, we're talking about anywhere from $6,000 to $60,000. So while I appreciate what y'all are doing, and I know that y'all are making a plan, I'm just asking y'all to consider all of those things while you make that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the last person we had signed up. We did go a little over the chairman's stated completion time, but I appreciate everybody staying here. I appreciate the committee members that stayed here with us also. We do have one more scheduled committee meeting, and we will determine between now and then if that will wrap up our hearings and testimony. But thank you everyone for being here, and safe trip home. We're adjourned.